All right, at this time, I would like to call to order the specially called Planning and Zoning Board hearing, City of Lake City, January 10th. Will all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Nelson?
Bow your heads for the invocation, please. Lord, thank you for your grace and mercy. Bless our deliberations this day. Give us wisdom to make sound recommendations. We ask for these blessings in your name, Lord. Amen.
Amen. Amen. You may be seated. Good evening, Ms. Murray. Do you need a minute to get yourself situated? Mr. Angelo, roll call of those present.
Ms. McCollum? Here. Mr. Nelson?
Here.
Mr. Carter?
Present.
Mr. McMahon?
Here.
And Mr. Lyden?
Present. We have a quorum. All right. Obviously, we all know why we're here this evening. Just to lay a couple ground rules out. Ordinarily, if you've ever seen any of our meetings in the past, you know that we operate under a modified kind of colloquial version of Robert's Rules of Order at this board due to the extreme public and legal interest in this. We're going to be operating off of a separate meeting format provided by legal representation for City of Lake City, Mr. Walker down at the end there. So please bear with us. This is not the format that we usually run in. I'm going to try to keep things moving as fast as possible, although given the timeframes involved, we do have a secondary meeting planned for 1 week from tonight. If we don't make it to all of the comments and testimony this evening, by the time we hit about the 3-hour mark, I will be calling for a motion of continuance, and we can all meet back here in a week and continue hashing this out. Savvy? All right, I see some nodding out there. Please note, we do not have meeting minutes from last week's regular session of Planning and Zoning Board due to the fact that was only 1 week ago, so we will suspend that until our next regularly scheduled meeting. We have no old business. We have one item of new business. SPR 22-15, a petition submitted by Jared Stubbs, acting as agent for Daniel Hope of GWC Development Partners, LLC, owner for a site plan review application for a property located in a commercial highway interchange zoning district, identified as parcels 35, 3 Sierra, 16, 02524-001, and 35-3 Sierra-1/02524-102. This time, Mr. Angelo, would you like to come to the podium and provide a staff review on behalf of the City of Lake City regarding this petition?
Mr. Chair, what we generally do at this time, and I can do it or our clerk can do it, is swear in the witnesses. Since this is quasi-judicial, I'm happy to do that myself.
Ordinarily, whenever it's either a barrister or a member of paid city staff, I always defer to our barrister to administer any necessary oaths.
We'll do that. And Mr. Chair, it's your preference. What I like to do to save a little bit of time is to ask anyone that is here if they wish to be sworn in at this time, so we don't have to do it individually case-by-case basis, and we'll just go around the rule.
And that would include all of these?
Yes. Okay. Anyone who desires to speak on this matter, either this evening or at next week's meeting, depending on if we get there, we can swear them in now. So if they'll stand up and raise your right hand.
All rise.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Mr. Chair, everybody has been sworn now that intends to speak. And as you come up, tell us that you've already been sworn in and taken the oath. If somebody has not and they desire to speak, then let us know that and we'll swear them in individually at that time.
Now, as a matter of decorum, as individual members of the public, or for the very first time when certain barristers come up to speak, we will be asking for their full legal name, spelling, and legal address for record
Please.
for Mr. Angelo, correct?
Exactly right, exactly right. The other thing that I'd like to do at this time, Mr. Chair, is to find out from any of the board members if they've had any discussions with anybody outside of this hearing this evening. It's called an ex parte communication. And if you will disclose that, can you go around the table here and disclose if you've had an ex parte communication and whether that would affect your ability to be unbiased and hear the testimony that's coming before you this evening. So if we can do that right now.
Starting at my right, the audience is left. Mr. Nelson, have you had any such communications with individuals?
No communication.
Mr. McMahon?
No communications.
Moving over to my left, Mr. Carter?
Individuals directly pertaining to this or just speaking to people about it in general?
Would it have an effect, anything that you've heard thus far, would it have an effect on your decision-making this evening?
No.
And it's general discussion so far about a project that's being developed here. That's basically what you've heard so far, and the discussions you've had so far.
Right.
Ms. McCallum?
No communication.
As for myself as chair, aside from a few sideways comments in the grocery store, I've had no ex parte communications. However, I would like it to be made a matter of public record that one of the attorneys that will be speaking on this matter, in a matter that does not monetarily affect me, they represent someone in a land deal that I'm working on. Do I need to file documentation in that regards, and am I still able to preside over this proceeding?
Your decision that you make this evening, that other matter will not, if your decision inures to your financial benefit, your decision this evening,
The
then
decision on this matter has nothing to do with me financially, but I am in a relationship with one of the attorneys in this room. They represent the other party in a land deal I'm trying to craft.
And your decision that you make would have this evening, would have no effect on whether or not what is happening in that other proceeding.
None at all, they're compartmentalized.
Okay. So, no, I don't think that creates a conflict for you. And no, I don't think that you have to file a form of conflict and recuse yourself from the vote.
Very nice.
So at this stage, Mr. Chair, we've sworn in the witnesses, including Robert Angelo. We have gone through the room as far as ex parte communication, and now we're ready for staff's review. And of course, this is a do-over, just so everybody knows. We had heard this before planning and zoning previously. However, there was a notice problem, so legal has made the determination that we're having a do-over. This is what we call a de novo hearing. In other words, we're starting at ground zero, essentially. We're going to take all the testimony from our staff, then the applicant, then third-party intervener, which is Guy Norris representing Mr. Patel.
All right, and as we've never gotten quite this far out into the deep end of the swimming pool, if for any reason you see anything you need to jump in on, please feel free.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, with that being said, Mr. Angelo, please provide us with a staff overview of petition SPR 22-15 on behalf of City of Lake City.
All right, so this is for the expansion of the Circle K current facility out on Centurion Loop. It's SPR 22-15 and is located on parcels 02524-001 and 02524-002. I do want to make a note that on the correction of the site plan application, on the original site plan application that was submitted to us, it lists 3 parcels on there. On that application, one of the parcels that's on there is 02524-111. At the beginning of stages of this project, that land was replatted from 3 parcels into 2 parcels, which resulted in the 02524-000 and 02524-102, and that it resulted in those 2 parcels being the only 2 parcels, and the third parcel being excluded. And So with that, this is for a site plan review for the expansion of the existing building that is there and the addition of 6 high-flow diesel pumps, which will create 3 spots for high-speed flow diesel pumps to be able to refuel trucks. And with this, the land use is commercial, and the zoning designation is commercial highway interchange. The existing use of the property is for an automotive service station, and it is conducive for use per the LDR section 4.15.2.1. And as you can see in the staff comments, most of them had no comments, and none of the staff comments from back in July of 2022 and that have changed from that point, and they're all still the same as they were, and so their recommendation is still the same. The application, like I said, is conducive and ready to move forward.
All right, I imagine the attorneys are going to get into this at some length, but as far as the timeline of how this has gone from 2002 to 2003 to where we are in 2024, would you like to provide a synopsis on the city's side of the fence about how this timeline has operated and gotten us to this point?
So in 2022, we heard this in September 2022, or I'm sorry, July of 2022, and that this was originally heard, and that as this was approved and then moved through the steps and was getting ready for permitting, Mr. Patel submitted an appeal for the current development, and we went through the steps, we got with legal counsel. Through there, we realized that we had missed the advertising and posting of the property, and that's where we are now, and that's why it just went through the legal steps as far as getting to this point.
Right, at this time, are there any questions from members of the board for Mr. Angelo on behalf of the City of Lake City? Hearing and seeing none, you may be seated, Mr. Angelo. I remind you, you're still under oath.
Mr. Chair, just before he takes his seat, I would note that our city code, our land development regulations provides that notice is not required on a site plan approval process. It's our opinion, and I think probably all of the attorneys in the room share the same opinion, that this is in the nature of quasi-judicial proceeding. And one of the objections to this was that the objector didn't have notice, didn't have an opportunity to be heard. And so it's my opinion that our code is somewhat antiquated. There's been a lot of law that's happened since the enactment of that part of the code that says no notice is provided. And that in a particularly in a quasi-judicial proceeding, everyone has to have notice. Everybody has to have an opportunity to be heard. So that's one of the reasons you were asking for a timeline, how this thing has gotten so strung out time-wise, and that's the basis for it. We said no. It's fair that everybody have. Thank you. It's fair that everybody have notice on this, and we're going to give everyone an opportunity to be present and be heard, and so that's why we're doing this evening.
Be that as it may, that the LDRs at the time were antiquated. Mr. Angelo, you can confirm that at the last round of meetings, both planning and zoning and I believe city council, we've now taken action to remedy the public notice requirements for SPR petitions, correct?
Yeah, so what we've done, it has not gone through council yet. It will be going through council beginning of February. It'll go through the 2 readings because it's an ordinance that has to go through 2 readings of the council. And so we've had the first planning and zoning meeting where we've approved or recommended to the city council for approval. The changing of the LDR in section 13.11, where it says no public notice or hearing is required, we are taking that verbiage out of the LDR, and so that way it will require noticing just like any other projects that we do.
And then the other text amendment that also went through the planning and zoning board was the 300-foot corridor requirement.
Yes, yeah, so one thing we've added into the noticing is that all future projects will, all landowners within a 300-foot radius of the property will be noticed by certified letter.
So we're fixing some of our antiquated issues?
Correct.
Very nice. Any additional questions or comments for the city representative? Hearing and seeing none, you may be seated. I remind you, Mr. Angelo, you are still under oath. All right, at this time, next item in our order of business is the applicant presentation of application. Who do we have representing Circle K in this matter?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Marshall Rainey from the law firm of Burr and Foreman on behalf of GWC Development Partners and Circle K Stores.
All right, for the record, even though we've got it, can you please give legal name with spelling and legal address of record for Mr. Angelo?
Marshall Rainey, M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L. Rainey is R-A-I-N-E-Y. The law firm is Burr, B-U-R-R, and Foreman, F-O-R-M-A-N, located at 201 North Franklin Street, Suite 3200, Tampa, Florida 33602. Good evening. I want to, at this time, just take a brief moment to introduce the parties from our side who are here tonight. To my immediate left behind me here is Mr. John Shell from GWC Development Partners. Mr. Shell has worked on this Gateway Crossing development since roughly 2017, I believe. It's present, 2015. It is presently developed with a hotel, True Hotel by Hilton, which Mr. Patel group owns. It is a U-Haul storage facilities to go in there. A Sonic has been built. It hasn't opened yet, but the Sonic is there. Our Circle K location is located out on Highway 90, one of the front parcels. It's been there since 2017. There's a Denny's, and there's going to be a chicken restaurant of some type. There's going to be a rib crib. No rib crib now. Sorry if you like ribs. It's going to be a chicken place. Behind Mr. Shell here, we have Mike Higgins in the middle. Mike Higgins from Circle K Stores. He's a real estate director for the state of Florida for Circle K Stores. Circle K is a ground lease tenant. We have the operation there. Most of you will know you've got a Circle K convenience store there presently with 24 automotive fueling locations in the front of the store there at the corner of Centurion and US Highway 90. What this application is for is to add behind it on what we call lot number 2, the platted lot. We're on lot 1 is where the existing convenience store is. What we're asking in the application is to develop behind the store, not 6 high-speed diesel pumps, but it will be 4, which would actually accommodate 3 fueling locations. And if I may ask one of our engineers, and I need to continue to introduce folks as I do this, I could ask Mr. Stubbs from Kimley Horn if he could just bring that site plan up for the board to look at and appreciate it. While he's doing that, also missing our traffic engineer from Kimley Horn is here, Benny Spar. He will be talking later. My partner, Jason Gabriel from the Burr & Foreman Jacksonville office is also here, and Linda Shaw, who's also been involved in the development, is seated in the third. Where's the front back? She did a great job.
Can I hold you right there? Remember to speak into the microphone so our guests at home can hear you. Additionally, if he's going to be presenting that as an exhibit, it'll need to be where the camera on the ceiling will be able to see it for the video feed.
And at the present time, let me bring that up just a little bit. Where should I? Oh, nice.
If you work with our AV specialist, he'll give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down whether or not it is in or not in view.
All right.
Matter of fact, if you'd like the board to be able to see it, you may need to move it over to this side.
That's great. Thank you. Sorry, Georgia. Blocked your view. Okay. So, the project that we're talking about here is we have an existing, part of the site, this appears in the materials that we provided. This is basically lot number 1.
So this is in the materials you submitted.
This is in the materials that we have submitted.
If you know what file it's in and you know what page it is, can you please ask our AV specialist to go ahead and put that up on the screen so that all parties have the opportunity to view it.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is a aerial shot of the site plan. This Exhibit A.
that one.
There we go. Oh,
Go to C4.
C4 of that exhibit should be the,
3, one more. C3-1.
oh, there we go.
There it is.
It's essentially the same. This one is shot on an aerial, but it's the same site plan. You've got the existing store and the canopy for the 24 fueling locations out front here on US 90. What the application for the proposed expansion is 4 HSD facilities, high-speed diesel pumps behind the store, which would allow for 3 diesel fueling locations, because these trucks fill up on 2 sides. So you have you fill up for both sides, so you have 3 slots between the 4 pumps. These pumps, ones on the outside, only have 1 hose on the the lane side, and then the 2 pumps that are in the middle have hoses on both sides. So you have 3 fueling spots, 4 pumps for the HSD facility behind the existing convenience store, and then there's 6 parking spots for the trucks to pull around, back in, and they can go in the store to use the restroom, buy groceries or whatever. So that's what we're here on. Before I put this down for a moment, Mr. Walker and Mr. Angelo covered the background procedurally fairly well, so I won't belabor where we've been. We've objected from the start to the appeal. We have, our position has been that this site plan was approved in July of 2022. Many of you, I don't know, but many of you may have been on the board at the time the site plan was approved. The rules in place at that time. Whoops. I blew it up and then grabbed the wrong one. 1311.3 said the Planning and Zoning Board shall handle such matters in a public session, referring to site plans as part of a previously prepared agenda. However, no public notice and hearing is required. Mr. Walker's talked about that and thought that this was an antiquated statute. So the decision was made to have this do-over, to have this rehearing de novo. Circle K's position has been and continues to be that it's inappropriate to basically throw the baby out with the bathwater here. In July of 2022, the site plan was approved. You're going to hear testimony here that there was no objection raised by staff, the public, the Tourist Development Council, FDOT, nobody, not even Mr. Patel. We didn't hear anything until October of 2022. By that time, Circle K was heading down the road of development. And what you'll hear is that we were in the process of trying to get the construction permit when there was some correspondence that started going back and forth between myself and prior city council. Where's our building permit? Ultimately, we got the building permit February 28th of 2023. Nothing, there have been no lawsuits filed, there have been no appeals filed, and of the decision that was made in July now, at this point. It's a 30-day appeal period, but even assuming that there was some lack of notice or lack of knowledge, we all know that by October, November of 2022, Mr. Patel and others were raising issues about the site, claiming that it was a truck stop and not just an expansion of existing automotive self-service station. Moving forward, my client committed to a long-term lease with GWC Development Partners. They, quote unquote, went hard on a lease that's costing them about $11,000 a month just for the additional site that's there behind the store, and spent about $250,000 to get everything up and running, including buying equipment and things for the site, entered into a construction contract to build this, and about a month later, March 29th of 2023, Mr. Patel's company filed an appeal. What they appealed was the building permit. which we objected to. You can't appeal a building permit, that's a ministerial act, but they characterized the building permit that had been issued as a development order because that would get them under the 30 days. So, well, the development order was your site plan approval that was done back in July of 2022. Here we are, hundreds of thousands of dollars down the road. We've been through the process, we've been approved, and now this appeal comes along. And he appealed it to the Board of Adjustment. Well, appeals from this body as sitting as a planning and zoning board are supposed to go to city council. This matter was scheduled before the city council instead for May of 2023. The decision was made that, well, they asked to go to the Board of Adjustment, so let's go to the Board of Adjustment. That was rescheduled for July. It wasn't until July of 2023 that we then learned from Mr. Walker's office that, hey, we think there's a due process procedural issue here with respect to the way the city is approving all these site plans, not just ours. I'm assuming that there's been hundreds of site plans approved that were done without public notification and posting and all that stuff. And we don't object if that is the procedure, but we played by the rules that were in place in 2022, went forward, spent all of this money on this site, and now we're told you gotta go back and do this over again. So we've objected to that, and object to having to do it again. However, we're trying to play nice, play by the rules, and so, okay, we'll see how this plays out. So Circle K's put the project on hold. We had a construction permit that was issued. We could have gone out there and built the site and said, nope, we're not gonna do that. Let's see what happens. The crux of this is that despite the timeliness of the appeal, the jurisdiction for the appeal, whether it was directed to the wrong body or not, setting all that aside, this comes down to whether or not 4 diesel pumps and 3 fueling locations put in behind the store constitutes a truck stop. And we think that's absurd. It's not a truck stop. You look at your regulations and your regulations define a truck stop. Truck stop is an establishment where the principal use is primarily.
Let me stop you there, sir. If you're gonna be reading out of the LDRs, can you please cite it for the benefit of the record and for the stenographer?
LDR 2.1.
Thank you.
And then the definitions are not all numbered, and curiously, after the 2.1. But this is an LDR 2.1 truck stop. Quote, a truck stop is an establishment where the principal use is primarily the refueling and servicing of trucks and tractor trailer rigs. Okay. Before I get to the second sentence, this site, when you look at it as a whole, it's a convenience store with 24 automotive fueling locations out front. You'll hear from our traffic folks and our engineers that the primary function of this facility, when it's all said and done, it's going to be about 95.5 automobiles to trucks. The primary function of the site is not going to be to function as a truck stop. There's not going to be a restaurant, it's not going to be showers, there's not going to be any truck repairs or maintenance or anything of that nature. Simply HSD fuel will be available. If somebody wants a shower, overnight accommodations, or anything of that nature, overnight parking, that's not going to fly. So it's not a truck stop by the definition of truck stop, or just a commonsensical, look at a picture of a truck stop. We all know what a Flying J or a Pilot looks like. This is not a Flying J or a Pilot. And it goes on to say in the definition of truck stop under LDR 2.1, such establishments may have restaurants or snack bars, sleeping accommodations for the drivers of such over-the-road equipment, and may provide facilities for repair and maintenance of such equipment. But again, we're not going to have mechanics, we're not going to have repair and maintenance of the trucks, we're not going to have overnight accommodations. Like I said, the things that you would normally associate it with a full-on truck stop. Excuse me. So I mentioned the investment that Circle K has made in the site. It's also interesting to note that as we've moved forward since July of 2022, and Mr. Angelo just confirmed it. We haven't heard anything from the city staff, anyone other than Mr. Patel and his attorneys in objection to this location. The city hasn't changed its position. We have not seen any traffic impact analyses provided by any party other than Circle K. We've actually, in the Gateway Crossing development, we've actually did a public records request and asked for all the other traffic impact analyses within Gateway Crossing. Interestingly enough, not a single other user in there had to go to the levels and to the extent that Circle K would. Circle K did a traffic impact analysis in 2021, I believe, or before the 2022 hearings. And we had to go back and update ours to do a full-blown analysis. Not one other property user or owner and business within the Gateway Crossing had to do that. They did their concurrency, basically a concurrency paragraph. And I've included that in the materials that was provided to the board members as exhibit, composite exhibit H. I'm sorry, composite exhibit I. And now I want to make sure had it right the first time. Composite exhibit H of our submissions that were made in December has all of these different, for the U-Haul, for the rib crib, and you'll see where their traffic analyses are nothing compared to what Circle K has had to go through. And the long and the short of it is that the engineers that you'll hear from tonight will establish that this is a blip. There's not going to be a traffic impact at this location. You're going to hear about pretty busy. It's a pretty busy intersection, as we all know. And you'll also hear that you're also going to hear something about overnight truck parking. This is fun. I usually am in court. This is more fun than court.
Let me take a break right now, Mr. Chair, and talk about the concept of quasi-judicial proceeding. You'll notice that all of the witnesses, the attorneys, everyone will talk through you. That's how we run a quasi-judicial proceeding, and it's based upon civility and trying to get through something that is controversial locally, and everybody has feelings about it one way or the other. Everybody is going to have an opportunity to be heard in this proceeding. And what I would ask is that we exercise that civility, and if it's something that you don't like or you do like, either way, I would request that we don't comment on the presenter. He's going to do the best he can to be as civil and respectful to this board. And so we can get through this as much as we possibly can. That's the way we run these quasi-judicial proceedings.
Correct.
So if the audience could refrain from making comments or...
I can handle a little bit of grumbling when it gets to the point where my neck hairs start going up. I'll hush them up, don't you worry.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this is also a legislative or I guess an executive body. So it's actually kind of refreshing, because if they were in court, you'd have somebody in a black robe very stuffily hollering at people, banging his gavel. And look, we all know why we're here. Some people are going to disagree.
I don't like using this.
You don't like, we don't want you to have to use that. Everybody's welcome to have their opinion, and a little grumbling I get. But we've been through a lot to do this. We spent a lot of money on the site, and it's not our intention to become a nuisance to the community out there on US Highway 90. So with that, I'll end my initial comments because I think we need to get into the substance of what the witnesses have to offer. I did have one other housekeeping matter though, just so I make sure that it's in the record, since it is a quasi judicial proceeding, but you don't really take evidence in like a court typically does. But is everything we submitted on December 18th in our package, is that in the record at this juncture? I just want to make sure that
Yes,
that's.
it is.
Yes, it
that's
is.
Okay.
It's been received by Mr. Angelo, so it's just, you can mark everything as in, both submitted by Guy and by Marshall.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Sure.
And we'll get into some of those in more detail as we move through the individual witnesses. So with that, I'll stop going on with my comments. If I can move to our first witness, or at this point, I'd like to call Mike Higgins from Circle K Stores, Inc. And I think if you'll take a seat over there in the blue chair, that would be great.
Sir, as part of Mr. Higgins' testimony, do you plan to put any additional audio or visual exhibits up that we'll need to make sure are in place or on the screen before you begin?
I don't believe so, because they're all in the record there already. If I'm on, but I would like to, if we could just leave the site plan up there for the time being. I don't think we're going to need to refer to it, but I may. Could you please state your full name, spell it for the record, and your address?
Michael Higgins, Michael Higgins, with Circle K Stores, 3802 Corporex Park Drive in Tampa, Florida, 33613.
Mr. Higgins, how long have you worked for Circle K?
It'll be 11 years in February, so 10 years and several months.
What do you do for, what's your job at Circle K?
I am the real estate development director for our Florida business unit and our South Atlantic business unit, so covering most of the state of Florida. And my job is to lead a team of development managers to go out and find new properties for us to build new stores, to knock down stores and rebuild them, to relocate stores, to acquire new stores, to add on to existing stores. Basically just development.
And are you fairly familiar with the site at issue at Centurion and US Highway 90 here in Lake City?
Yes, sir.
And what is your involvement with this site been?
I was, before I was the director, I was a development manager that worked with John and his partners to build the Circle K store back in 2017. It's been, open and operating ever since.
That was my next question was going to be is how long have you operated there? When was the store completed and CO'd for operation? Do you remember?
Not off the top of my head, but it's been open for about 7 years.
You're familiar with the pending site application?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is that Circle K is looking to build out there or to expand to do out there?
We are looking to add a high-speed diesel canopy behind our store. As you mentioned, it's 4 diesel pumps, 3 lanes, so three fueling positions, and 6 truck parking spaces.
Do you have a ballpark idea of, or do you have a better than a ballpark, do you have an idea of what the annual gallonage of gasoline is pumped at this Circle K location?
It's less than 5 million gallons, around 4.7 million on a yearly basis.
Is that a pretty high volume location?
Yeah.
Okay. Have there been any projections internally at Circle K as to what additional gallonage would be achieved if you add high-speed diesel behind the store?
Yes,
And what is that projection?
1.5 million gallons.
Another
One
one,
and a half what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
1.5 million gallons.
so that would take your total up to around 6.2, something like that?
Right.
So that's about a quarter, about 25, is a projection about 25% of the fuel would be diesel?
Right.
Would that mean that you would be seeing a 1/3 increase in the number of vehicles out there?
No.
Okay. And why is that?
The amount of trucks will be much less than the cars because the trucks are fueling up about 10 times more on average than a car, so.
Do you all have statistics at Circle K that tell you what's your average consumer? I pull up to fill up with gas. What's our average gallonage that we take at the pump?
For a car, it would be 10 gallons,
What are these guys that are driving these long haul rigs? What's their average?
100.
About 100
Over
gallons?
100 gallons, yeah.
So you're gonna get a lot more gallon sales, but a lot fewer vehicles.
Correct.
Okay. So just because your sales would go up 25 or 30%, your gallonage will go up 20, doesn't mean your car counts are gonna go up.
Right.
Okay. Well, then we'll have Mr. Spar speak to the traffic impact some later, but I just want to get a kind of a general idea of what we're talking about here. Do you have any estimate, or Circle K made any estimate as to what in the after condition, what your ratio of, say, car to truck would be out there as far as your customers that you're gonna be servicing?
I'd say less than 10% would be the truck traffic, truck customer.
And has Circle K engaged an engineering firm to handle the expansion?
Yes,
And who's that?
Kinley Horn.
Okay. And then Mr. Stubbs and Mr. Spar that are here?
Yep.
When did this application process for the expansion begin?
2021?
And you recall it was presented to the board and approved in July of 2022?
Yep.
Were you involved at that hearing, or somebody from Kimley Horn attends?
Yeah, Kinley Horn and one of our real estate development managers from Circle K.
You recall, and was it approved unanimously?
Yes.
Once that approval was obtained in July of 2022, what steps, are you aware of what steps Circle K took next to move forward with the expansion?
We went out to bid, got our final corporate approval to start construction, and made the efforts to pull our building permits.
Okay.
Once we did pull the permits, as you mentioned earlier, we commenced our lease there and are committed to, the ground lease.
Or is Circle K paying monthly rent?
Yes,
How much do you have to pay in monthly rent?
it's about $1,000 a month.
$1,000 a month in rent?
Yeah.
And, or is that, okay, and then you've got $1,000, $1,000 a month in rent?
I'm sorry. We're paying $11,000 a month.
10 of that's rent, you got
So-
one in taxes and other stuff?
Yeah, so yeah, roughly 11,000, and we've been paying that for the last year, so.
Okay, so it's a little over $120,000. Okay. How about the construction contract? Have you committed to a construction contract?
Yeah.
Who is Circle K under contract with to build the expanded site?
I don't know who our GC is. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay, all right. The GC hasn't sued Circle K yet, to your knowledge?
Not yet.
Not yet. So you're familiar with the objections that have been raised to the site plan now by Florida Gateway Hotels?
Yes.
And when did you first learn of these objections?
I think it was October or November of 2022.
Okay. And given the objections and the state of the appeal that we have now, has Circle K made any decisions to delay or go forward with construction?
We've delayed construction. We still want to move forward, but currently we are in a holding pattern.
So it's still, but it's still the desire of Circle K to expand this facility and do what this plan calls for?
Yes.
Based on the most recent traffic studies that Circle K has engaged Kimley Horn to perform, and the design provided by the engineers, does Circle K have a belief one way or the other that the intended expansion is consistent with other land uses in this CHI zone district in Lake City?
Yes.
And do you believe it is consistent with the CHI zoning?
Yes.
Do you anticipate any safety concerns of the expanded site that are in any way measurably different than any other convenience store location you've worked on?
No.
There has been some talk, I believe in the response, that there might be some circulation around the front of the store of truck traffic, to where the automobile area is. Can you speak to that as to whether or not that is a concern of any manner of a truck coming around? Let me just point to the site plan, coming around from the HSD facility around to the front.
No, we're gonna direct them to circle back around almost like a U-turn and leave through that back entrance. The only truck that's gonna go out front by the fuel unleaded canopy is the fuel truck that drops fuel out there, which it already does that today, so.
You have a few Budweiser trucks that show up too, don't you?
And yeah, and the delivery.
The bread guy and things, so you gotta have delivery trucks do have to circulate around the front of the store.
They would typically park out on the curb and, grab their dollies and.
Sure. So you got your Coca-Cola, Pepsi guy, your beer people, your fueling trucks, but that's not, you don't intend to have regular customer truck traffic coming around the front?
Nope.
Okay. Part of this expansion, does it involve anything to do with the restrooms? It's in a little dark rectangle here on the site plan. Anything being done to the restroom on lot 1?
Yes, we are expanding the restrooms. If you've ever been to that store, you typically would have to wait to use the bathroom, so that has been a complaint, and so as part of the project and the investment, we're gonna go in there and expand the bathrooms as well.
Are you gonna add any showers?
Nope.
You gonna do anything to upgrade a restaurant? I know there's a couple tables in there if somebody wanted to sit down and eat something, but you're not gonna have a restaurant?
No.
Okay.
Only the restrooms.
Any kind of repair facilities for the trucks, anything like that to service big trucks?
No.
Is it accurate to state that the primary use of this location will be as a convenience store, an automobile refueling facility with ancillary high-speed diesel?
Yes.
Any further questions, Mr. Higgins? Thank you very much. At this time, if I could call Mr. John Schell from GWC Development Partners. Good evening. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record and give us your address, please?
I will. John, John, Schell, Shell, 318 South Laurel Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28207.
Good evening, Mr. Schell. Tell us a little bit about your interest in these proceedings. What is it GWC Development Partners does?
Well, it's funny you should ask. I was here in 2015 getting the original site plan approval.
Now, let me make sure, not the site plan approval for the Circle K
For the
location?
entire 28-acre development that is called GWC or Gateway Crossing. So
How did you come to be involved with this whole 28-acre parcel?
I originally had a partner in this project, Parker Neely, who is now deceased. And we were looking for a development opportunity, and we saw the site that was formerly the Holiday Inn, later became the Cabot Lodge. We had some connections and knew the family in Mississippi, MMI Development, that owned this original Holiday Inn. It included 28 acres of land. It was zoned CHI, which we deemed to be the most expansive and developable piece of size at the time in Lake City. And so we put the land under contract sometime around 2015. I can remember being here in front of the Planning Commission, zoning board, getting site plan approval, and no one was here. I guess I'm gratified that people care so much about the project.
So with respect to the approvals, did you have to do any traffic impact analysis?
We did. We did an original traffic impact analysis in 2015 that we presented to the Planning and Zoning Board, and we came up with a traffic density amount projected for the entire build-out of the 28 acres, which includes 10 out parcels.
I'm not going to hold you to, unless you remember the precise
No,
number.
please don't.
I'm not going to hold you to those numbers, but let me ask you this. Have you visited with the engineers at Kimley Horn on their most recent updated traffic impact analysis?
Yes, I have.
And to your knowledge, do the traffic counts out there, as they estimate in their current projections, even if you include all the parcels that are developed or to be developed, has it risen to the level that you guys were at in 2015?
No, we haven't, and nor will we hit that level that was projected in 2015. I think we were more ambitious than what we thought the density would be, and we never did achieve that density, nor will we with the users that will be opening up in the next 12 to 18 months.
Okay. And so GWC is currently involved with a ground, well, back up. Did GWC originally ground lease the convenience store site to Circle K stores?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and does GWC own that lot any longer?
No, GWC is a developer and not necessarily a long-term holder of real estate. Now, we've owned this property and been involved for really 10 years, but 8 years have we owned it. So that particular parcel was sold to an outside investor.
So as a developer, you go in, you get your plat, you get your drainage, utilities, everything lined up, and then you start to sell off individual parcels. You don't hang around and own those parcels and ad infinitum?
Well, no, this has been a longer hold than we anticipated. I'll say that with the economy and the pandemic and all that. But no, normally we put in the infrastructure, the roads, the water, the sewer, the curbs, the gutters, the utilities, and the like. And then we either lease or outright sale, as we did to the hotel, to Nick Hotel's land, to individuals and users.
And are there investors for sites like this? You did the ground lease with Circle K, but then there's investors who come in and will buy that ground lease from you?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in the present state that you have Lot 2, is there a ground lease on that one?
Yes, there is.
And so Circle K is paying you rent?
Yes, and matter of fact, when Mike said $1,000 a month, I just started to have a heart attack. I'm like, no, that's not right.
I think he was just thinking about the CAM and taxes.
I think so, yeah.
I think he forgot about the rent part.
Yeah, no, that's right. They have been paying us rent for almost 12 months now.
Okay, and with respect to that lease and the rent and the rental income stream that you're getting from Circle K, are you able to sell it on the secondary market to investors?
Well, in theory, we could. Unfortunately, because of the controversy that we have now, it's illiquid.
When this site was going through the site plan approval process, did you have an opportunity to speak with anyone here at the city about this, the notion that this might be considered a truck stop, or that a special use exception for a truck stop might be required?
Yes, I did. In September of 2021, prior to signing the ground lease, the second lease with Circle K, there was a three-way conference call with Dave Young, with the development manager who reports to Mike at Circle K, and me, on a conference call prior to signing the lease. And of course, we knew what the proposed expanded use would be, which would be some additional pumps. So I had a long conversation with David Young, and I said, now David, we don't view this as anything other than an expansion. We do not believe it is a truck stop. And David agreed with us on that. I said, if there were need for a special exception hearing, we would do that, but I don't believe it's needed. We discussed it for more than an hour. Based on the discussion, all parties came away with the agreement that this was in fact a expansion of the existing CHI by right use.
Okay. And if you've ever heard anything different to the contrary from any other member of city staff?
No.
Now, after the approval of the site plan in the summer of 2022, did you come to learn that Mr. Patel and Florida Gateway had raised some issues here with the city about this site plan?
Well, yes, I did.
And how did you learn about that?
Well, there were some articles in the newspaper and the like, but conversations with Mr. Patel. He was a client of mine, and I've sold him several tracts of land within Gateway Crossing. And so he called me and we discussed it.
And did you discern from those conversations with Mr. Patel to what was the concern?
Well, he questioned the use, and we agreed to disagree strongly about it. And I asked him at the time, why did we not hear from him timely on that?
Okay. And did he offer up any type of solutions to any of the concerns he had about the use? Or what about let me reset that. What about the use, or did he express to you what it was about the use that was giving him concern?
Well, the primary concern that, Nick, a friend, expressed about this was that he was concerned about stacking characteristics. And in his view, he believed this to be a truck stop rather than what it is, an expansion for high-speed diesel refueling for a few trucks.
Did Mr. Patel offer to you any ideas on how this configuration could be remedied to satisfy his concerns?
Well, with respect to Nick and to me, neither of us are traffic engineers. But his solution was that there should be an additional lane that was put in to accommodate greater stacking. And my response to Nick was, one, we don't own the rest of the land. It is not a private.
Appeal at the time, or his complaint, or his objection?
Well, he seemed to, yes.
Okay. So, so in your experience with the CHI zoning there, do you believe, is it GWC Development Partners' position, that this expanded fueling facility with the HSD facility behind the store is consistent with CHI zoning?
Oh, absolutely. We wouldn't have proceeded with a lease with a major corporate tenant had we not been assured of that, but also that had been indicated so by the city.
Are you aware as to whether Florida Gateway, Mr. Patel and his, or any of his affiliates own other property within this zoning district or abutting this zoning district there on US 90?
Oh, sure, I couldn't list the properties, I'm sure Mr. Patel can, but yes, he owns multiple hotels within CHI district is my understanding, yes.
Okay, and he's got a hotel location across from your development there, the Comfort Suite.
He does, I believe.
Okay, do you know if that Comfort Suite offers truck parking,
So it does.
semi-tractor trailers?
Oh, yes.
Have you observed semi-tractor trailers
Yes.
parked over there?
Last night, there were 10 or 11 18-wheelers parked there throughout the night.
Okay, do you know if he's got billboards out on I-75 for the Comfort Suite?
Oh, yes, on the right as you come to the intersection on I-75 North.
And do you, on the billboard, does he advertise truck parking?
Starburst. Truckers welcome.
So there's truck parking advertised on his billboards. He's got, you saw a dozen trucks out there last night. Have you been by there before and observed trucks on that lot?
Oh, yes, I mean, that's a feature of his hotel.
Do you think that's an appropriate use in that CHI zoning district?
Well, not without a special exception, it's not, that's qualifies more as a truck stop, in my opinion, than a minor expansion, yes.
But there's overnight parking there, huh?
Well, sure, they spend the night there, they eat there, they shower there.
But you don't think the Comfort Suite's a truck stop, do you?
Well,
I mean, if you took the argument, but I understand your
well,
argument.
it's more of a truck stop than this expansion would be, yes.
Understood. Did you discuss that Comfort Suites location with Mr. Patel previously?
Yes, on a previous business occasion, I'd offered to buy that land for us, totally separate.
The hotel land or the land next to it?
Well, it's all part of the same parcel.
Okay, okay. Did he give you any indications of whether or not that open parcel to the east was for sale?
Well, he's an astute business person, and we talked about value. He told me that he had other partners. He talked to them, and they decided that its utility for 18-wheelers exceeded the value that I could offer him.
Okay. Truck parking.
Correct.
And that's right across the street from the, catty cornered across the street from the Circle K.
About 180 feet down, yes.
I'm just about to finish. I was just checking my notes here, Mr. Shell. I don't have anything further, Mr. Shell. Thank you very much for your time. This time, Mr. Walker and ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'm going to yield to my partner, Jason Gabriel, to ask some questions of our engineers.
Good evening, Jason Gabriel with the law firm of Burform. I'm Mr. Marshall Rainey's partner. I'm in the Jacksonville office, 50 North Laura Street, Suite 3000, Jacksonville, Florida 32202. And I'll be asking questions of Mr. Vincent Spar, who's a traffic engineer. Good evening, Mr. Spar. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Vincent, V-I-N-C-E-N-T, Spar, S-P-A-H-R, with Kimley Horn, that's K-I-M-L-E-Y-H-O-R-N. And our address is 800 Southwest 2nd Avenue, Suite 100, Gainesville, Florida, 32601.
Thank you. And what is your position with Kimley Horn?
I am a traffic engineer and project manager.
Okay. And in your role as a traffic engineer and project manager for Kimley Horn, what are your job responsibilities?
We work both on the public sector and private sector. In the private sector, primarily what we do is prepare traffic impact analyses, traffic impact studies, anything of that ilk for private developments throughout North Central Florida.
And how long have you been with Kimley Horn?
I've been with Kimley Horn since 2015, so I guess coming up on 9 years.
Okay, and are you familiar with the site at issue in this application, which is an application for this expansion of the automotive station facility at Northwest Centurion Court here in Lake City?
I am. I was the engineer of record for the traffic impact analysis that was prepared in March 22.
So would you say you've been involved with this from the inception of this particular site?
Thereabouts, there are some due diligence stages and early activities that occur on a site that don't necessarily pull traffic in immediately, but as soon as those questions start to get asked and applications require traffic analysis, that's when we come in.
Okay. Has Circle K had you, as its traffic engineer, perform traffic studies to determine the feasibility of this site and the expected volume of additional traffic that would result from this high-speed diesel facility?
Yes.
Could you cite approximately the timeframes of those traffic studies, the traffic impact analyses that you conducted?
Yes, so the initial study was prepared in early 2022. It was so early that it may have even been based on turning movement counts collected in 2021, and it was submitted in March 2022, and I believe reviewed and approved by July of 2022. A few months ago, I was made aware of the contention with the project, and we were asked to collect new data and provide an updated analysis. So we did collect new data in October of 2023 and updated our analysis based on that data and based on a new build-out year, just due to the delays.
Okay, and those are basically the two sort of junctures where Kimley Horn conducted its traffic impact analyses?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Shell testified just a bit earlier. He described the initial approval of, I believe he said, the overall approximately 28-acre project that this is a part of back in, I think, 2015 or so. Do you recall reviewing any other traffic reports or analyses from that approximate timeframe?
Yeah, so we were given access to that 2015 study, which included kind of everything within the 28 acres. Just to run through a quick list of it, you had 130 hotel rooms, 30,000 square feet office, 62,000 square feet retail, 5,900 square feet dining, 3,500 square feet fast food, and 24 vehicle fueling positions at a gas station. And that was meant to include everything within the development that would potentially come into the future.
So a holistic sort of purview of that whole site.
Right.
Okay. And what would you say the import, now looking back in hindsight, that's a 2015 traffic study and we've had a lot of progress in that area. What would you say the import is from now when you look at that report, juxtaposing it against what the reality is today at the site?
Yeah, well, it was a comprehensive view of everything that really could come in, and it dictated a lot of the improvements that were ultimately installed, built, constructed at the intersection of US 90 and Northwest Centurion Court. That study considered everything that's out there today, all of the U-Haul, the Sonic, the chicken restaurant, the existing hotel, the Denny's, the existing Circle K, and this expansion, all well within the overall limits of how many trips were projected in that original study.
And what that study projected versus what's out there today, how would you describe that reality?
What's out there today is still considerably less than what was included in that first study.
Thank you. What is the official application that was approved over 18 months ago on July 6, 2022, and that is being reconsidered today for, in your understanding?
The site plan approval for the expansion of automotive service station.
What zoning district is this property located in?
CHI, Commercial Highway Interchange.
What is I-75's proximity to this site?
So the limited access right-of-way that the Florida Department of Transportation maintains actually abuts the site to the east. But from a traffic perspective and how I think about it, the interchange there is that the I-75 southbound on and off ramps are approximately 400 feet from the intersection with Northwest Centurion Court.
And what sort of uses are allowed in this CHI zoning designation from your review?
My understanding is that effectively most commercial industrial uses would be permitted. There's not many land use designations or zoning designations that would allow more intensive uses.
And in your experience, this CHI zoning designation, and every jurisdiction kind of has its own sort of vernacular that they employ for, what's considered commercial versus industrial and residential and so forth. In Lake City's situation, the CHI zoning designation, would you consider that a intense, moderate, or low intensity type commercial zoning district?
Relatively intense.
Now, how many fueling, well, let me use a proper terminology. How many vehicle fueling positions exist at this site for passenger vehicles that exist today?
24 vehicle fueling positions.
And that's already there right now?
Right.
How many pumps is that, just so everyone understands?
Yeah, the nomenclature gets a little funky between the automotive and the truck, but there are 12 pumps with one fueling position on either side of them, totaling 24.
So each pump has basically 2 fueling positions?
Correct.
Okay. Now, how many vehicle fueling positions are there being proposed for what I'd call heavy vehicles here?
3 high-speed diesel fueling positions, based on those kind of three page right arrows heading into that canopy.
And it's my understanding that in the situation of a heavy vehicle, how does that translate into how many pumps there are? How many pumps are there proposed for this site?
Sure. So kind of, if you imagine on either side of those lanes, each one has 2 hoses for gas. So there's one on either of the outside that has 1 pump just facing the inside, and then the 2 middle posts have 1 on either side. So each of those posts is considered a pump. So there are 4 pumps serving those 3 positions.
So unlike the typical passenger vehicle that has a pump that has a pair of fueling positions, it's a little different for heavy vehicle use, correct?
Right, because in order for it to serve as the high-speed diesel filling mechanism that it's intended for, truckers actually use 1 hose on both sides.
Okay, so just to sort of summarize that, all in all, the proposal here is to add 3 high-speed diesel fueling positions to an already existing 24 vehicle fueling positions at the gas station.
That's correct.
Okay. And what does the anticipated passenger vehicle to heavy vehicle ratio look like for this particular site?
So based on the number of vehicle fueling positions for automotives, which is 24, as we said, and the number of vehicle fueling positions for the heavy vehicles, which is 3, we anticipate the split would be about 5% heavy vehicles and 95% automotive or passenger vehicles, as we refer to them. Part of that due to sheer numbers of vehicle fueling positions, and part due to the time it takes for those heavy vehicles to fill, because the high-speed name in those fueling positions is very relative, and so it still takes those trucks 10 to 15 minutes to fill up, where a passenger car vehicle would generally take a lot shorter time and therefore have higher turnover.
So the approximation, to summarize that, is about 95% passenger vehicle to about approximately 5% heavy vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We talked just a bit earlier about the traffic impact study that Kimley Orn provided. That was updated last in October of 2023. What does that traffic impact analysis as last updated basically say, just sort of summarized?
Yeah, so I worked really hard on it, so I don't want to summarize it in just a sentence, but in general, the culmination of the analysis shows that the build-out conditions, including this expansion, to include those 3 additional high-speed diesel vehicle fueling positions, the expansion and the trips that would be generated consistent with that would not dramatically alter the operating conditions at the intersection of US 90 and Northwest Centurion Court.
And in preparing that impact study, did you collect data at the intersection of US 90 and Centurion Court?
We did, and like I mentioned, we collected some way back in the beginning of 2022, and we collected some very recently in October 23 to check to ensure that kind of the prevailing traffic patterns were still consistent.
And how would you, were you, in your analysis, were you conservative, liberal? I mean, how did you sort of approximate?
Yeah, so kind of not a totally frequent approach that we took here was to be very conservative and only count the traffic going to and from the north on Northwest Centurion Court, and just assumed all of that was going to and from the gas station. We wanted to be overly conservative, make sure we were covering our bases. So a lot of the trips that we counted and considered trips to the gas station probably were going to Denny's, probably were going to the hotel, and coming from those places. We went ahead and used that conservative approach. We looked at the analysis, we saw that it wasn't an issue. And so rather than get more granular and try to count driveways for all those different uses, we went ahead and used that conservative number.
So to just recap that, you did not remove the vehicles that were traveling to or from Denny's, for example, or the hotel?
That's correct.
What was your focus at the intersection of US 90 and Centurion Court?
So our focus was on, we always look at intersection level of service, or LOS. We look at delay per vehicle, we look at volume to capacity ratios, and what we call 95th percentile Q, which is effectively just a measure of how far vehicles stack. And we were focused on that intersection and really focused on the movements to and from the north, so your eastbound left, your westbound right, your southbound left through and right movements.
And in your traffic impact study, did you evaluate both PM and AM peak hour conditions?
We did.
Based on the data that you collected in October of 2023, or the lead up to that, what can you tell us about the PM peak hour trips with respect to the existing Circle K operation?
Yeah, so the existing PM peak hour conditions, based on those October 2023 counts, we estimate or calculated 122 trips into Northwest Centurion Court, so between eastbound left, westbound right, and northbound through. That was the total, and 116 trips out of Northwest Centurion Court, totaling 238 PM peak hour trips.
What do you project as to additional PM trips with the planned additional 3 high-speed diesel facility pump addition?
Yeah, so based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual, we utilize the formulas that they have that are based on the number of vehicle fueling positions at a gas station plus the square footage of the convenience store. And we calibrated that based on the existing data because at the end of the day, the trip generation manual provides an average rate or an equation for these trips that is the same whether you're developing in downtown Atlanta or in Lake City, right? And so based on our counts, we're able to calibrate back to what is the existing gas station generating and how does that affect what our projection should look like. So that's all to say, based on that and based on our calibration, we estimate that the new 3 high-speed diesel vehicle fueling positions would generate approximately 72 new PM peak hour trips, 36 of those entering and 36 exiting.
And with the prospect of a forthcoming, I believe I heard it was a Sonic restaurant, I think it was a Rib Crib, but it may now be a Chicken Shack, and a U-Haul facility. Have you looked at the estimated impacts of those facilities?
So on some level, because we were not commissioned to analyze those, those were separate developments done by others, but we did receive, as Mr. Rainey mentioned, the concurrency packages that had trip generation estimates for those developments. So we did take a look at what those developments were expected to generate both under the daily condition and the PM peak hour condition.
Okay, and so just to clarify, you based that review on information you obtained from the city?
That's correct.
Okay, and just generally, what was your I mean, there was some information on the Sonic, on the Rib City or Rib Crib / chicken place, and then the U-Haul. So what was your sort of general review
so
of that?
The U-Haul would not be expected to generate a whole lot of trips. That's mostly a kind of static use, people come and go as they need. The Sonic and the restaurant, whatever it's going to be, the Sonic was expected to generate 110 PM peak hour trips, about 69 entering, 41 exiting. And the Rib City was expected to generate 129 entering and 81 exiting for 210 total. Both the Sonic and the Rib or chicken restaurant would be expected to generate quite a bit more than the expansion that we are currently considering.
And that information, again, it was based on information received from a concurrency summary from the city?
That's correct.
Not on a traffic impact analysis that was provided by the city?
Correct. And the difference really being they did step one, the estimate of how many trips will this generate. What they didn't do was step two, where you say, where are those trips gonna go? Where you say, what does that do at this signal? Where you model the signal and understand what are the different movements gonna look like and what are delays going to be and what perhaps needs to be done to make any kind of improvements. Those steps were not taken for those other developments.
So based on your traffic impact analysis, how would the expansion of the Circle K facility compare to the traffic volume going in and out of Northwest Centurion Court with the new Sonic the Sonic, the other restaurant, and the new U-Haul storage facility?
It will make a small impact, like I said, approximately, I think I said 72 PM peak hour trips. Those others, added together, are probably gonna generate upwards of 200 peak hour trips.
Okay, and once again, the synthesis of what you understand of those other facilities, the restaurants, the U-Haul, are based on these summary records from the city, not on traffic impact analyses that were provided.
That's correct.
In your professional opinion, are the existing traffic conditions at this site suboptimal at the present time? And I ask that question because I believe Mr. Patel makes the argument that there are significant problems with the long wait lines and times at this intersection. So in your view, how would you respond to that?
Yeah, so the traffic impact analysis that we prepared does include an evaluation of existing conditions. And really the baseline, the big answer is that the intersection operates very well. It's at a level of service B. Now, there's going to be a perception that the northbound and southbound approaches, you end up in queues and you might have long delays. But what's really critical to understand here is that eastbound and westbound traffic on US 90 represents about 90% of traffic through that intersection. And given its proximity to the interchange with I-75 that I mentioned before, it's fairly critical that a lot of the green time at that signal be allocated for those mainline movements. So really a condition that is not unexpected on minor street approaches along a major road, particularly one very close to an interchange. I was talking to our team yesterday about kind of the concerns about, well, if you did give more green time to that approach, the delays that we had for the minor street approach are about level service D to level service E with 50 to 70 seconds, existing conditions. That's 50 to 60 to 70 seconds per vehicle on average. If you did give more green time to try to lower those delay numbers, you're going to impact the main line, the US 90 traffic. And particularly if you were to impact the westbound approach, that could lead to backups that go onto the interchange, which is incredibly dangerous. And so that's why the green time at that signal has to be mostly dedicated to the eastbound and westbound throughs.
So to sort of summarize all this in terms of the traffic impact analysis, what is the conclusion of your traffic impact review?
So the general conclusion of our study is that there are not significant and adverse impacts due to the proposed expansion of the Circle K to include those 3 high-speed diesel vehicle fueling positions. The level of service anticipated both before and after the inclusion of the expansion is level service B overall for the intersection and level of service E for the northbound and southbound approaches.
Does Circle K intend to allow overnight parking at this expanded location?
My understanding is no.
Will there be shower facilities available to truckers or other guests at this facility?
My understanding is no.
Will there be any other restaurant facility associated with this expansion?
No.
Will servicing or repair facilities be available for trucks or tractor or trailer rigs at this facility?
No.
In the expanded condition, what percentage of traffic at this convenience store location does Circle K estimate will be truck traffic?
Approximately 5% based on the factors we discussed earlier.
Okay, which leaves the other 95% as primarily vehicle, normal, regular vehicle use.
Correct.
Is it accurate to state that the primary use of this location will be as a convenience store and automobile refueling facility with an ancillary high-speed diesel facility?
Yes.
And based on your traffic impact analysis, will there be any adverse impacts to the traffic flow or circulation at the site?
Our traffic analyses don't generally address circulation, but my on-site engineer, Jared Stubbs, can speak more clearly to that. My understanding is that the site has been designed to address circulation and ensure that there are not concerns.
Okay, I appreciate that. I've just got a few remaining questions that have to do with, I believe there was a December 20th, 2023 Buckholz traffic evaluation that was provided into the record. I just had a few questions on that, just for the record, if I may.
And this was the one that was most recently received via email from members of the board. You won't see that in your packets, I don't believe, unless we had a amended packet sent out.
Mr. Chair, that is included in the packet that we've provided.
Okay, so it's in your packet, okay. So we don't have to go diving around through our emails.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just for the record, what's being referred to is the Buckholz traffic, December 20th, 2023. I believe this is what it's called, quote, technical evaluation of the October 2023 Circle K traffic impact analysis. So in a sense, it's I think a response to the Kimley Horn October 2023 traffic impact analysis. That's what I'm referring to. And so with that reference, Mr. Spar, have you reviewed that response from Mr. Buckholz?
I have.
Okay. He states in there, and I think there's maybe 5 or so points that are put forth in that letter. He states in there in section 1 of his letter that in section 4.1 of the Kimley Horn traffic impact analysis, the background traffic was calculated using a 3.61% annual growth rate that was calculated using historic daily counts taken on US 90. In his estimation, he states that and I'm paraphrasing, but he says that this approach ignores the development that is currently underway along Centurion Court, right behind the Circle K, which includes the Sonic, the Rib Crib, and the Future Hotel. What is your response to that?
So those reference developments were submitted to the city after our traffic impact analysis was reviewed and approved. And as much as we like to think we can predict the future with traffic, we do not know when other developments are coming, and so we couldn't include those in our analysis. Those traffic impact analyses, if they had been conducted for those developments, should have included our traffic as background traffic.
But they were not.
They were not.
Okay, moving along, he states in section 2 of his letter that in your traffic impact analysis, the calculated trip generation for the expanded site is reduced by 69% for the weekday AM peak hour and by 60% for the weekday PM peak hour. He says the trip generation was mistakenly compared to all of the trips using Centurion Court. And he says that results in overcount. He also says that you failed to consider trips between the site and the existing hotel and restaurant, which he states results in undercount. So he concludes by saying that if the popularity of the Circle K increases the volume of traffic, if the popularity of the Circle K increases, the volume of traffic can be expected to, quote, more than double, which will adversely affect all of the 2024 analyses. What's your response to that?
Yeah, so I'll take this in a couple different chunks. The notion that the trip generation for the expanded site was reduced by, it says 69% and 60%. Let's hit that first. So I already mentioned that we calibrated our trip generation forecast to local conditions. So ITE recommends you do that when you have data to do so. In fact, especially when the independent variable is being considered. So in our case, the equation that we used to forecast our trips was based on an independent variable of vehicle fueling positions. But the ITE trip generation manual actually only has a range from 4 vehicle fueling positions to 20. And so since we have 24 and we're kind of outside the general breadth of what those rates are applicable, it is especially critical that we calibrate that where we can. So since we have existing counts for the 24 pumps, we utilize those, compared them to what ITE says you should have had. So, imagine for a moment, you have a rate that tells you this is going to generate 500 trips, but you already have the store there and it's generating 200. Would it be responsible then to say that adding 3 vehicle fueling positions is going to make this generate 600? It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, even on its face. And again, in calibrating the local conditions, we make sure that our calculations are reflecting Lake City and are not reflecting, South Beach. The second notion in there, we're talking about the kind of overcounts and undercounts. Again, very conservative analysis. We assumed every trip to and from Northwest Centurion Court was a Circle K trip. It is true that there may be some traffic to and from the Denny's or the hotel that also go to the gas station, but we think it's a perfectly reasonable assumption that the number of folks doing that is a lot less than the total number of people going to Denny's and the hotel. And so while we could have gotten multiple counts and, like I said, done a more granular data collection effort to count 4 or 5 different spots, we went ahead and just assumed, hey, let's be overly conservative. Let's analyze this as if every trip is going to and from the Circle K. And the last piece on there, the quote, if the popularity of the Circle K increases to just an average level of traffic volume, trips would double. There's not any reason to expect that the number of trips would increase to the average because, like I said, we calibrated that average to what we see in the field. An expansion of 3 vehicle fueling positions was not expected to dramatically alter the context of the entire area for any reason.
Thank you. In paragraph 3 of his points that Mr. Buchholz makes, he says that your report applies a reduction for pass-by traffic to vehicles using US 90, but you do not make the reasonable assumption that a large portion of pass-by traffic will actually come from I-75, resulting in projection of site traffic volumes at US 90 and Centurion Court that are too low. What's your response to that?
Pass-by traffic definitionally doesn't come from the interchange. Pass-by traffic is on the road on which your development is proposed. So technically speaking, there could be diverted trips from I-75. But the more important point here is that even though we identified the pass-by traffic that it would be accessing the site and how it related to our new trips, we did not remove it from our analysis. So our analysis includes both the net new external trips, which are generally assumed to be trips where if somebody makes a trip to your development, that is their objective. It also includes pass-by trips, which are the trips where somebody happens to be going by the Circle K, they swing in to get gas, to get groceries, whatever else. And so even though whether or not the pass-by traffic percentage is reflected of US 90 or I-75 or anything else, all those trips were included in our analysis.
In his section 4 of his letter, he says that the percentage of trucks reflected in your 2024 build analysis is no different from your 2023 existing analysis. He says he would expect that to increase significantly for both southbound left turn movement and the westbound right turn movement. What do you respond to that?
The October 2023 analysis was updated to include different truck percentages for the affected movements. So that comment really doesn't apply. I think it may have been based on a previous iteration of the study where that was not accounted for.
In section 5 of his letter, he says that in table 5 of your report, you list an expected 95th percentile queue length for the 2024 build conditions in the left turn lane on the Centurion Court approach to US 90 to be approximately 8 vehicles. At 25 feet of required storage per vehicle queued, an expected 200 feet is produced, which extends into the Denny's driveway. What's your response to that?
Yeah, so the TIA does include 95th percentile queue length analysis under existing background without project and build out conditions. The maximum southbound left turn queue is expected to increase from 7 vehicles under existing and background conditions to a little over 8 vehicles under build out conditions. The comment asserts that the southbound through right turn lane is only 110 feet long, which means that those 7 vehicles or 175 feet would already be blocking that turn lane. And so as it relates to Florida Statute 163 regarding concurrency and proportionate fair share, the developer is not responsible for fixing existing deficiencies.
And just to conclude this review of Mr. Buchholz's review of your traffic impact analysis, what is your professional assessment of Mr. Buchholz's conclusions in his letter?
So Mr. Buchholz concludes that our traffic impact analysis is incomplete and inaccurate. I would say the only sense in which it's inaccurate is that we were overly conservative and assumed an even greater traffic impact than is likely given the area context. The only sense that it was incomplete is that we did not see the future and predict the Rib City, the Sonic, and the U-Haul that were reviewed after our traffic study was reviewed and approved. Mr. Buchholz concludes that the provision of the side street left turn arrows for the traffic signal at US 90 and Northwest Centurion Court would help traffic flow in the area. A quick drive-by or peek at Google Street View will show you that those left turn arrows exist. And finally, Mr. Buchholz provides a series of other turn lane additions and turn lane extensions at US 90 and Northwest Centurion Court that would, quote, help traffic flow in the area, which generally is almost always true. Adding turn lanes, extending turn lanes seldom has a negative impact on traffic flow. However, Florida statute is clear that developers are responsible for new impacts that are a result of the new development, and our analysis clearly shows that the proposed expansion will not degrade operations to an unacceptable level. Furthermore, this expansion, along with the proposed restaurants that we've discussed and the hotel uses, have a cumulative trip generation all together that is still well within that 2015 Gateway Crossing study that's been referenced a few times.
Thank you, Mr. Spar. Mr. Chair, that concludes the testimony of Mr. Spar, and I'll turn it over now to Mr. Rainey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I'd like to call Jared Stubbs from Kimley Horn, and just note, in case anyone is looking at their watch, I think Mr. Stubbs will be our final witness. Good evening. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Jared Stubbs with Kimley Horn. Address is 1530 Cornerstone Boulevard, Suite 200, Daytona Beach, 32117. Jared is Jarod, Stubbs, Stubbs.
And what is your position with Kimley Horn, Mr. Stubbs?
I'm a civil engineering project manager,
How long have you been with Kimley Horn?
just shy of 8 years.
And were you involved in the 2022 site plan approval?
Very much so.
Can you tell us what your first involvement with this project was?
A conceptual site plan in June of 2021, roughly, when I started on this project, and moved on to due diligence and started construction plans in early 22.
And I'll try not to engage in any redundancy so we can save some time. So I'll move rather quickly. One of the questions I asked a while ago about the site plan that we've seen that you see up there on the board is that there's some concern about one of the circulation diagrams, and I believe we may have it, if I can have trouble with Mr. Spar to grab that, the circulation overlay that's on the, I think there should be a circulation overlay that's on the site plan itself. Oh, here it is. Thank you.
Mr. Rainey, can we have a similar image on the board for the gathered members of our audience?
Yeah, you should be able to go to C4.2, so 2 more sheets, or 3 more sheets, sorry. Sorry, 2 more.
There we go.
So that is the fuel truck routing. Those are the 18-wheeler routing, so that'd be the next sheet, please, sir. And the difference between this exhibit and the ones that we have on the board is that the ones we have on the board is just one position going versus this is a little bit of a spaghetti mess of all of them being utilized.
I'll tell you what, let's do this because I do think there was some question of safety. I'm going to turn over this microphone to you. If you could go up to the screen, I know you'll be off camera with that one, or come over to this one and just walk the board through it so they can see what the turning movements are designed to be. And then we'll go back a frame and we will look at the fuel truck, delivery truck thing so you can explain that.
Okay. Everybody hear me fine? Perfect. So this is a full-size 18-wheeler, WB67 that we have routing the site. Utilizing the existing westbound right turn lane that's on Centurion Court, on US Highway 90, I apologize. As you will notice, as part of this project, we're actually pulling back the curb line at the northeast corner of that intersection, and that was based on very detailed coordination with DOT. That'll better help accommodate the site for all vehicles. If that is full-size trucks, RVs that currently go to that site today, then also landscape maintenance trailers are very common as well. If you go to this site now, you'll notice that that curbing and sidewalk is a little bit broken up because it's currently being ran over. So this was a request from DOT and we did accommodate. So outside of that, because the truck routing that we're showing here is for the 18-wheelers, they are focused towards the back, and that's at a very, that's for a very important reason for both on-site safety and on Circle K's behalf. So the idea is to separate truck traffic from passenger vehicles. And that is why we have 2 access points that will serve this area for the expansion so that they can come in and then route back out. So if a truck needs to utilize the middle bay, they can utilize either access point and then exit out of either way. Exit out of either way. If they would like to utilize the northernmost fueling position, they come through and hook a right-hand turn to utilize the middle access point and then leave the site. If they'd like to access the southernmost, they would come in through the southernmost and then exit towards the left to go out the northernmost. Also, you'll see here is we have a lot of pavement spacing in between the high-speed diesel canopy and the proposed parking spaces. That allows vehicles to both route and turn in and out, but also move forward and back into these parking spaces or pull in and back out. So that's the thought process in the site design and on-site circulation.
Thank you, Mr. Stubbs. Wait, actually, let me keep you up here for just a second. If we could go up one diagram now to our exhibit. This is going to show you the truck turning movements with also the refueling trucks. If you can explain to the board what they're seeing there.
Yes, so this is the fuel truck routing the site. So as the site sits today, the fuel truck comes in through what will be the proposed middle or existing rear access point, goes behind the site and routes towards the front of the passenger vehicle fuel canopy, and then comes around towards the west side and then hooks a U-turn to go towards that. That is how the site is being circulated today for the fuel drop when that's needed. And typically that's once a week for a standard store. Goes up and down depending on demand. With the high-speed diesel fueling expansion, we are proposing additional underground storage tanks for that diesel that's going to be needed. So with that, we've got that located just on the north side of the middle access drive. So we anticipate them coming through the rear access point, routing around, and essentially parking on that striped area that we have there today. So that's a safe refuge so that the circulation is still maintained behind the store and somebody can still fuel and exit around that truck when it is fueling after being filled by the high-speed diesel canopy.
Mr. Stubbs, with respect to the circulation to the front of the store for delivery trucks or refueling trucks, you said that's currently happening today, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there some pavement there's actually some pavement that exists on the north side of the store today to go behind it and around, right?
Yeah, there's a full width two-way drive on the north side of the existing C-store today.
Okay. And has there been any discussion, or are you aware they're going to plan to put a no no truck traffic sign for customers using the HSD facilities? Is there gonna be signage directed them not to go around that direction?
Yes, at each Circle K store, they provide secondary on-site signage or directional signage for the on-site circulation to help minimize any potential conflicts if it's not inherent to the driver. So, and this was discussed shortly after understanding that Mr. Patel had some concerns with on-site safety circulation. So, as coordinated with the city, we verified that we will be proposing on-site signage to, one, direct the traffic outside of the high-speed diesel area and not to travel towards the front of the C-store. And also we'll be providing on-site signage to verify no overnight parking is allowed.
Thank you. We've already talked a little bit about the special use exception and whether this is a truck stop or not, so I won't belabor that point. But were you involved in some of those discussions early on with staff?
Yes, I was. After Mr. Shell's conversation, it was September 30th of 2021. We had a pre-application meeting with Mr. David Young and his staff, talk about the project, verify the permitting process, and if any entitlements or additional approvals would be needed. And at that point in time, we got verification that we did not need a special exception.
That's been your understanding since September of 2021, almost 2.5 years ago, that no special use exception will be required for a truck stop.
That is correct. Well, no,
For this use.
Or our proposed use.
Yes, and with respect to the proposed use, would you consider anything like a truck stop?
No, I would not. Being in this realm, there's a very clear difference between what we're proposing here and, as you mentioned before, Love's or Travel Centers of America.
I won't go into all the details of what those places offer. Were you involved in getting the FDOT permits in place for this location?
Very much so.
Can you tell us, does Circle K and GWC presently have all the necessary FDOT permits to go forward with this expansion project?
Yes, we have a DOT access permit and drainage connection permit.
Okay. There has been some talk in the response that's been filed by Mr. Patel's company that the FDOT actually sent an email out back in October of last year, 2023, threatening to pull the permits and close this driveway, close Centurion Court. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And did you see that email that the FDOT sent out?
Yes, it was routed to me a few days after DOT sent it out.
Okay. But did you have an opportunity to speak with the individual from the FDOT that sent that email?
Yes, that email directly came from Troy Register for DOT District 2.
Have you worked with Mr. Register at DOT before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did you discuss with him the contents of the email and what he had to say about this?
Yes, it did take me a few days to get a hold of Troy. I also reached out to Carlos Nito, who was copied on that email correspondence. Carlos specifically did not have too much color to add on this specific item or too much information, but Troy made it clear that the main intent behind sending that email was to get direct feedback from the city of Lake City on what was being proposed at this project.
What was the expressed concern to you?
It was noted that he was receiving a lot of coordination from an adjacent property owner that was noting that what we had shown Circle K, or what we had showed DOT in the past and permitted, is not what we intended to build.
So DOT was operating under the impression that Circle K was going to build something that it had not been permitted to build.
That's correct.
Did you disabuse them of that notion?
Yes. After that conversation and coordinating with the Circle K team, it became evident that we needed to address this concern as soon as we can. So at that point, I had sent documentation, an email response, and also a few screen snips with very detailed differences between our current construction plans and the ones that were noted as approved by DOT. And the biggest change between the two is the reduction of on-site 18-wheeler parking spaces between. We originally had 9, and with our revision, we now have 6.
So there was a slight modification after the July 2022 approval by this board to the plan.
Yes,
Let me just be real clear.
both of these plans show the updated configuration.
There were 9 spots there before.
Yes, just north of the high-speed diesel canopy, there was 3 additional spots west of the 6 spots we're currently showing.
That's my shadow here, I don't know if I only said, so right there, those spots, you took 3 back, so they're just green space there now?
That's correct.
That was the modification.
That was the modification.
Was there any other modification to that site plan other than taking out 3 truck parking spaces from what was approved in 2022 to what was ultimately permitted under the construction permit?
The only other change was the proposed building expansion remained the same total square footage, but the geometry of that bump out had changed slightly. So that was a coordination item with the project architect.
That was a bump out of the restroom expansion?
That's correct.
So when this information, so did you provide all this information to the DOT after your conversation with Troy Register?
Yes, I did.
And that was when?
That email response was November 10th of 2023.
And when was his email expressing this concern and threatening to close down the street because of information he had gotten?
That was originally sent on October 30th, 2023.
On October 30th, he sent that email. Shortly thereafter, you had a conversation with him and told him what was happening out there. And you sent him the information on November 10th. Have you heard anything from Mr. Register since then?
I have not.
Have you reached out? Have you tried to reach him?
Yes, a few email follow-ups and a few phone calls, but no response as of yet.
All right. So it's been right at 2 months since you provided him all of this information, this update.
Correct.
Did you think, after your conversation, was it your impression that you had satisfied some of his concerns or at least clarified some of the situation with him?
Yes, from a civil engineering perspective, I felt like our response was very detailed and very quickly addressed his concerns.
So there's been no pulling of your DOT access or drainage permits?
None that we've been notified about yet.
Mr. Stubbs, thank you very much for your time. With that, can I have just one moment for me to confirm, make sure I haven't forgotten something?
While they're conferring, Mr. Chair, is it your intention for us to go about another hour into this evening? Is that what your thoughts are?
In the sake of fairness, given the fact that our start time was 5:30, we spent about 10-15 minutes doing some generalized housekeeping. The next item will be a staff report and recommendation on behalf of the city, which will be presented either by Mr. Young or Mr. Angelo. We can probably wrap that recommendation up pretty fast. It is my intention, it is not my wish, to stay here an additional 2 hours. As the proponents were given almost 2 hours worth of time from 5:30 to just after 7:30 now, I would like to go ahead and give the intervener a similar amount of time without having to break for 1 week. That being said, if there are members of the public that are waiting to make their 3-minute comments, we will likely not have the opportunity to get to that this evening unless you'd like to be past 11 p.m. here. You're obviously more than welcome to stay in attendance, but I will keep all of the public comment forms. I will submit those as evidence to Mr. Angelo to become part of the record, and all of those forms will be valid for them to visit and speak at our next meeting 1 week from tonight. But I do want to give equal time to Mr. Norris and Mr. Patel, just as we have given the proponents of this petition all the time. After Mr. Angelo and Mr. Youngo, however, I would be open to the notion of if the stenographer needs a break to rest her hands, or if the councils need a chance to find a water closet, I'd be amenable to a 5-minute break.
We'll rest at this point, so we're done with our witnesses and our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In consideration of the chair to have a brief conference on the schedule, chair and the council.
Would that involve us cutting the mics for a sidebar, or would that involve us stepping outside?
Why don't we take a 5-minute break? We can do that, and if anybody needs a break, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
you
We're gonna call a 5-minute break, please. Those of you that are in the audience, give preference to the attorneys and the witnesses to use the restroom before you take up the stalls, please. All right, this time we are back in session. This time, I would like to bring up representatives of the city, either Mr. Angelo or Mr. Young, to present the City of Lake City staff report and recommendations as it relates to petition SPR 22-15 as presented by counsel of the proponents.
All right, good evening. As we earlier, we discussed, this is conducive for use, per the LDR, section 4.15.2.1. That was determined by, looking at a lot of these traffic reports, stuff like that, the generations, about 5% of the use being to truck traffic and then 95% being into auto. So that puts it into, an auto service station still. It's the primary use for a truck stop would be for the refueling of trucks. And the overall view of this whole site is primarily going to still be used for auto. And, so that was the reasoning behind why we moved forward straight to the site plan without special exception. And as far as staff review, and which you will see in the agenda packets, I'll kind of walk through some of the recommendations from the city staff. Myself, for the planning side of it, was no concerns at this time. Business licensing and code enforcement, there was no concerns at this time. Same thing with permitting. And the water department and sewer department did not weigh in, but the gas department had no concerns. Water and distribution and collections, they, if they do not use the taps in place, they will be required to make new ones and cut and cap sewer and dig to water main and shut off before construction. These are all, that was comments from our Ryan Scott, which is our director of DNC, distributions and collections. And then customer service, said that there would be, a tap application that would have to be submitted to, because there will be impact fees associated with, because they're adding the new bathrooms and, more pumps, it will impact the site a little bit more, so that would have to be reviewed and applied for through the city. And as far as public works, no concerns at this time. Fire department also had no concerns at this time, and the police department also had no concerns at that time. And these were all done back in 2022. And with speaking with the city staff, since then, it's still the same stance from all city staff. They have not changed where they're at. And everybody still feels the same as what they did back then when they submitted this staff review, which we do with every project. And like I said, when we first looked at it, we looked at the traffic side of it. Is it primarily a truck or primary car? And that's where we determined that it was an auto service station, and that versus a truck stop. And we did not feel that there was a need for a further traffic study, because they did submit a pretty extensive traffic study with the project.
So your report and recommendations that you previously submitted, along with the initial hearing on this matter, you're submitting again?
Correct, yes, sir.
And Mr. Angelo, you looked at the land development regulations for City of Lake City?
Yes, sir.
And that's not just you looking at it, it's your director, David Young, it's you, and then you have your whole team of staff that is also looking at a site plan application.
Correct, yes, sir. We have all the city staff and all the directors. We all send this out to everybody to be able to weigh in. We also have a new development meeting that we discuss this in. And I've also met with Mr. Young, and we have discussed, what is the definition of a truck stop? Is it an automotive service station or a truck stop? And the primary, the definition of a truck stop is the primary use is for the refueling of trucks. And there again, we've concluded, from our research of the LDR, that this is an auto service station, not a truck stop.
Those definitions of an automotive service station are found in the LDR, so there's a definitional section.
Yes, sir, in section 4.2, the definition.
So when you're rendering your opinion, it's based upon the definitional section of an automotive service station, which is primarily to provide retail motor fuel and oil primarily for automobiles.
Yes, sir.
And then there is a definitional section for a truck stop, which is different than an automotive service station, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is to primarily service trucks and tractor rigs.
Correct.
And your testimony here this evening, in your opinion, is based upon the applicant, which has provided you that the 3 bays is going to be minor in comparison in use to the existing automotive service station. Is that
correct? Yeah, from looking at the current site plan that is there now versus what is going to be proposed, you're going to have 3 additional spots for refueling of vehicles versus 24. That is minor compared to the amount of traffic that is going to be coming through the front side, and that also the amount of trips generated on their traffic analysis. The traffic analysis was pointing about 8 trips out and 8 trips in per hour, and that the proposed traffic analysis for the overall site was 325, and that you're looking about 4.5% to 5% of the overall traffic will be truck traffic.
You then look at section 4.2.6, automotive service and self-service stations, do you not? To look at what is a permitted use and what is a use that is allowed?
Yes, sir.
You find that the applicant's use is in keeping with that section of the land development code?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that a special exception is necessary in this instance?
We do not, for the reasons stated prior.
There's a process that the applicant then has to go by in order to obtain a site plan, is that correct?
Yes, sir. So to go through for a site plan review, they have to submit a site plan application with all required documents, which part of that is a traffic analysis along with concurrency analysis for water, sewer, along with storm water. We look at all aspects of that, and then we send that out to all the city departments to review. And then from there, we set once we have all city staff is satisfied, we set it up for public hearing, and which is at the planning zoning meeting.
The zoning category is CHI, commercial highway interchange, is that correct?
Correct.
And is an automotive service and self-service station listed as a permitted use?
Yes, in section 4.15.2.1, an auto service station is a permitted use.
And has the applicant provided necessary information in keeping with section 13.11, which is site plan and development plan approval?
Yes, sir. They met all the requirements in section 13.11, and along with all the requirements on the site plan application.
And along with your testimony, you're providing your prior reports into the record this evening?
Yes, sir.
No further questions?
Thank you. Prior to Mr. Angelo being seated, are there any other questions or comments from members of the board for representative of city? At this time, does the Director of Growth Management, Mr. Young, have anything he would like to add?
Dave Young, Director of Growth Management, and also the Land Development Regulation Administrator. As such, I was the one who had to interpret the definition of truck stop, which I interpreted that this did not fit the category. This was back in September, I believe, of 2021, in conversations that I had with Mr. Shell and a representative of the Circle K at the time. We stand behind what we have done here. We have followed all of the proper procedures now and have now put it before y'all.
Questions or comments for Director of Growth Management from members of the board? Very nice, you may be seated. All right, having heard City of Lake City's report from city staff departments, their recommendations, at this time I would like to open the floor to agenda item number 4, third-party intervener. Mr. Norris, will you please come down? As I said before we took our break and had our brief sidebar, I will afford you the same exact opportunity. I know I said I wanted to have everyone out of here by about 3 hours in, approximately, and the IT specialist may be able to give me a better answer, but looking at the clock, I believe they had about an hour 50, maybe an hour 55 for their remarks. I intend to give you at least that amount. There are no time limits stipulated for how this agenda will operate. Hopefully within the 2-hour time frame you can bring it in. If you need additional time, I'm not about to gavel you out and sweep you out into the hallway. So at this time, the floor is yours, same as it was for the proponent.
Thank you, Chairman Whiting. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to appear before you this evening, and I want to thank you for your service to the city and to our community in being members of the Planning and Zoning Board. I'm Guy Norris. I'm with the Norris & Norris Law Firm here in Lake City. My address is 253 Northwest Main Boulevard, Lake City, Florida, 32055. Part of the crowd previously sworn, and happy to appear before you. I want to introduce a few folks. My co-counsel, gentleman here, is Terrell Arline. Terrell is an of-counsel lawyer with the Ansbacher firm in Jacksonville, Ansbacher Law Firm in Jacksonville. Terrell will speak at the end of this and also with a witness, so if you will defer, Mr. Chair, to his address and all that at that time when he's actually the one speaking, please, and I presume that would apply to everyone that I'm introducing. Terrell is actually from Tallahassee, of counsel with the Jacksonville firm. Our client representative is Nick Patel, who is with us. Our clients are Florida Gateway Hotels, LLC, and Lake City Hotels, LLC. And I think everyone here knows them to be outstanding corporate citizens of the city and our community. I would like to take a moment, and I'm going to grab the mic, so it'll probably make noise for the folks at home. But I want to mention something based on this site plan that's up, and I hope I can get a little closer than the stop sign without someone tackling me. So I'm going to move over to do that.
For the sake of the record, can you please indicate what sheet is currently up on the board? Because I don't believe that camera can see that.
It's the same one that was last up by the applicant, so it's C4.3.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so I think that everyone acknowledges and agrees, and would you move it back like it was? So I got all of lot 2 there. I think that all folks agree that this is an aerial photo of the gateway of a portion of the Gateway Crossing subdivision. And this is the Northwest Centurion Court 2-lane road. Down here is US 90 running east-west there at the south side of Lot 1, right? And over here, sort of pinning things in, is the exit ramp of southbound Interstate 75. And I also want to make sure that the board recognizes exactly what it's looking at here with respect to Lot 1 of the Gateway Crossing subdivision, right? That being its north boundary, this being its south boundary, right? So from my finger down is Lot 1, and the prior testimony is that Lot 1 is not owned by Circle K, and Lot 1 is not owned by JWC developers. So Lot 1 is not owned by the applicant, nor is Lot 1, nor is Circle K the applicant. The applicant is GWC Developers, the owner of Lot 2. Their agent is Kimley Horn, the engineering firm. And so I would show you from that north boundary up to the north boundary of Lot 2 is the new proposed vacant lot to be developed by this proposed use. Lot 2. The only thing that is being expanded is 900 square feet of bathrooms on Lot 1, owned by somebody else, Asprey Investments, that's not a party to this proceeding, that's not an applicant before this board, that is not an agent of anyone before this board. Lot 2, GWC Developers, with their agent, not Circle K, their agent, Kimley Horn. And here's the other thing I want you to take a look at on Lot 2. This shows their proposed construction. It shows the 3 lanes, 4 pumps for high-speed fuel diesel pump service bays. Those are for tractor trailer rigs and commercial trucks. Nobody's running their little Mercedes-Benz diesel through there. The canopy over it is a canopy designed and built for the purpose of being tall enough that the highest tractor trailer rig that runs through that truck stop doesn't hit it. That canopy is built not to cover automobiles. That canopy is built to cover tractor trailer rigs. Up here, parking spots. Parking spots, not for automobiles, parking spots for tractor trailer rigs. Notice this other thing about those parking spots. The truck pulls in going forward. That truck driver has nowhere to go except backwards to get out of there. Alternatively, that skilled truck driver, I guess, can come up like this and then back into one so that they can then exit going forward. Meanwhile, having had to back in almost like parallel parking a tractor trailer The other construction on Lot 2 wasn't talked about much. I think it's over in this area. Underground diesel fuel storage tanks. Not to serve the diesel that they serve down here for the automobiles, but instead to fuel the high-speed fuel diesel pumps service bays. I think they also have a space for a dumpster. There is not a single bit of construction proposed for Lot 2 that services anything other than commercial tractor-trailer rigs. There is no automotive, their own testimony suggests there is no automotive use whatsoever, and they're going to prohibit, supposedly, the automobile traffic from Lot 2. But meanwhile, it's an automobile service station. It's an automobile service station. What kind of fools do these people think we are? If you'll pull up our PowerPoint, please, thank you. Florida Gateway Hotels, Mr. Chair, if it pleases the chair, submits for the record the objection that we filed with the city on December 18, 2023. I think the council has already mentioned that these are admitted, but just so that we're on the record to be clear, the appendix with the exhibits A through G, which were also submitted on December 18, 2023, the PowerPoint presentation, which we submitted on December 18, 2023, and following our review of Circle K's updated traffic impact analysis, which was received on December 18 of 2023, our supplement to our appendix that has Exhibit G1, which is the updated traffic evaluation of our expert, Dr. Buchholz. And then we included the curriculum vitae, that's a lawyer word for resume, of Dr. Buchholz and our other expert, Mr. Louis Sermon. There was also a tremendous amount of discussion before the board tonight about an appeal, the notice of appeal. Your counsel was very clear. There is no appeal pending before this board this evening. You are here on a de novo hearing. Your counsel advised you that the de novo hearing means we're starting over. So all that talk about July 2022 matters not, except to just ask, well, why are we here? Well, the reason that we're here is because your learned counsel has advised the city to say, look, there was no public notice. There's nothing in the newspaper. None of the adjoining properties were notified of this proposed use. Nothing was posted on the site for this proposed use. None of that. So we better have a due process hearing like it should have been before. And that's certainly not the fault of the Planning and Zoning Board, right? You're relying upon the information that you're receiving from the city. Our clients own and operate the True by Hilton Hotel. Can we show that, please, on the PowerPoint? The True by Hilton Hotel is on Lot 7 on Northwest Centurion Court within this Gateway Crossings subdivision. So Gateway Crossings subdivision, unlike the vast majority of the properties out on US 90 at the nearby interchange of 90 and I-75, Gateway Crossings is a commercial subdivision. And so, sort of just like a residential subdivision, It has a road that was owned by the developer that goes straight in, has a cul-de-sac down there by the True, and then it comes straight back out. And that's the road. And after that commercial subdivision plat was approved by the city, that road became a city road. So Northwest Centurion Court no longer belongs and owned by any developer. It's owned by the city of Lake City. In your packets, which we provided, we provided a depiction of gateway crossings. This is something that has been produced by the developer, GWC Development, showing the various uses intended for the property at the time that that was shown. Note the Rib Crib is on it. Note the Sonic is on it. Note that a potential hotel for lots 4 and 5 owned by our clients are shown on there, as is lot 7, and then in the back, multi-storage unit all the way in the back, all of which is enclosed. And the depiction does a great job also of showing how the property is pinned in by I-75 to the east, right? Pinned in by the exit ramp off of I-75 to the east. So my clients also were part of the ownership of lots 4 and 5, which may be developed as a hotel. So they have a great interest, not only with respect to the True Hotel, but also with respect to potential future development with regard to how this property is developed, what types of uses go on out there. Suffice it to say, had there ever been any consideration whatsoever of a truck stop in this Gateway Crossing subdivision, Florida Gateway Hotels and that True would not exist. That True would not exist. You're not going to build a hotel like that next to a truck stop. And you're certainly not going to build another one even closer to the truck stop. My clients are proud citizens of this community that care not only about the welfare of their hotels, of course, but also the other businesses in our community at large. The applicant, GWC Development Partners, again, I want to address the confusion on this point. They're the applicant. Circle K is not the applicant. Nowhere in any of the documentation relied upon by the parties tonight show that Circle K is an applicant for this use. So therefore, what on earth is being expanded? 900 square feet of a bathroom in the building they lease. That's it. Everything else is brand new. Brand new and for nothing but tractor trailer rigs. So all of Lot 2 is devoted to fueling tractor trailer rigs with these high-speed diesel fuel service bays, that truck stop canopy. I left out earlier, it has one other thing that I forgot to mention. It's got a 100-foot sign on it, on Lot 2, or it will, or it could, Lot 2, that says truck diesel. And here's what the price per gallon is. But of course, we don't expect,
It's pretty far down.
our traffic engineer told us so, we don't expect any additional truck traffic to come off of I-75
From the end.
to pick up some diesel fuel off of a 100-foot
Right there.
truck sign.
24, yeah. Thanks.
So, just want to be clear, we're not here on an appeal. We're here on a de novo hearing from the start that the city has determined is absolutely required and necessary in order to properly consider this site plan application from the start. Your task, to hear the presentation concerning the application and the presentations in opposition to the application, as well as the public comment, to determine whether this proposed use of Lot 2 in the Gateway Crossing is something that is properly defined as a truck stop under the city's land development regulations. It's your job to apply the existing city land development regulations, which I'll likely refer to as LDRs. I think everyone will be comfortable with that. So in doing so, there's a few indisputable facts that you should consider and keep at the forefront of your mind as you consider the arguments presented. So if you'll bear with me for just a moment.
These visual exhibits are part of your submission package.
This is a demonstrative exhibit that is not part of our submission package. It is not part of the record.
Will we need to give it a exhibit number?
You are welcome to if you wish.
What do we do that, Guy?
All right. We would like that to be FGH1.
Works.
Thank you.
You have that, Mr. Angelo? Very nice. Proceed.
This photograph is from a similarly sized property operated by Circle K up Chafee Road, heading to Jacksonville. Obviously, this photograph's been taken in the twilight. This is what folks are looking at when they come in 75, this intersection, on that lot 2. So, let's see if this meets the definition of automotive service station under the land development regulations of the city of Lake City. An automobile service station, principal business is the dispensing at retail of motor fuel and oil, primarily for automobiles. However, other work involving undue noise, glare, fumes, smoke, or other characteristics to an extent greater than normally found in such stations are prohibited. Prohibited from an automobile service station. You heard the city tell you this is an automobile service station. Tractor trailer rigs make more noise than automobiles. Tractor trailer rigs create more fumes than automobiles. Tractor trailer rigs create more smoke than automobiles. Other characteristics to an extent greater than normally found in such automotive service stations are prohibited. Folks, there's a reason that the other side did not show you the definition of automobile service station in their case. An automobile, I'm continuing, an automotive service station is not a repair garage, a body shop, a truck stop, or a car wash, here's the key, or a combination thereof. An automotive service station is not a truck stop or a combination thereof. Sounded to me like Lot 1 was being proposed to be combined with Lot 2 solely for the purpose of tractor-trailer rigs. They're telling you right there, that ain't no automobile service station. Then it says, further down, where such motor fuel pumps are erected in conjunction with a use which is not an automotive service station. The other side has told you very clearly that a truck stop is not an automotive service station. Right? That's their position. I agree with that. Truck stop is not an automotive service station. But when such motor fuel pumps are erected in conjunction with a use which is not an automobile service station, like a truck stop, each use shall be considered a separate principal use. Each use shall be considered a principal use. And as such, each must meet all applicable requirements of these land development regulations. I'm just getting warmed up, but you do not have to go anywhere past the definition of automobile service station to deny this permit. The 4.26. There was also some discussion regarding 4.26, mentioned by the city staff. Just want to, if I may, move back over past the stop sign. The following regulation shall apply to the location, design, construction, operation, and maintenance of automotive service and self-service stations, right? Mr. Angelo used that exact term. With the exception that for automobile self-service stations where self-serve gasoline pumps in conjunction with retail and commercial outlets for the sale of food, hardware, drugs, what have you. Look at that, self-service gasoline pumps. No main or accessory building, no sign of any type, and no gasoline pumps shall be located within 25 feet of the lot line. No gasoline pumps shall be located within 15 feet of any street right-of-way line. All reasonable provisions, all of which are only about gasoline, all of which because they're about automotive service stations. So now let's look at truck stop.
Next.
Here's what the LDR tells us about truck stops. It is an establishment where the principal use is primarily the refueling and servicing of trucks and tractor-trailer rigs. Sort of brings back memories of Lot 2, doesn't it? Truck stops may have restaurants or snack bars. But you understand when it says that a truck stop may have restaurants or snack bars, that means that truck stops are not required to have restaurants or snack bars in order to be a truck stop. Truck stops may have sleeping accommodations for the drivers of such over-the-road equipment. But it may have those. Clearly, the truck stop definition provides that it is not required for a truck stop to have sleeping accommodations. Much was discussed of showers in the early portion of tonight's presentation. There's not a word about showers either in the automobile service station definition or in the truck stop definition. And truck stops may provide facilities for the repair and maintenance of such equipment, but as clearly stated by that definition, that is not required to be a truck stop under the LDR. The only thing that's required to be a truck stop is for refueling trucks and tractor trailer rigs. So the city's LDR definitions for automotive service station and for truck stops, when considered together, make very clear that if the establishment proposed has any other principal use in addition to being an automobile service station, each separate use must meet the requirements of the LDR. Therefore, the truck stop principal use must meet the requirements of the LDR. It is indisputable that truck stops are not a permitted use in the CHI zoning district. For the Planning and Zoning Board to approve a truck stop use, it must require a special exception. It is indisputable there has been no application for a special exception. None of the requirements for a special exception have been met. The developer's pending site plan application also includes construction drawings to the type of facilities proposed to be placed on the vacant lot 2. Every single one of them has nothing to do with anything but tractor trailer rig fueling. This is a pretty detailed definition shown by the construction proposed plan of exactly what a truck stop is. Notice in the definition of truck stops, it never says it has to be as big as the Loves down on 441. There's no size requirement to truck stop at all. None.
Good.
It's not limited to the number of service bays. Nothing like that. It's what is the use? The use in lot 2 is nothing but for tractor trailer rigs. On this basis alone, the Planning and Zoning Board should deny the site plan application. But I think you should also consider the prohibited uses in the CHI zoning district. Again, the prohibited uses. And I want you to ask yourself if that doesn't seem to sort of jive with that more detailed explanation within the definition of an automobile service station of what it's not. Because in the prohibited uses and structures in the CHI zoning district, our LDR section 4:15.4.2 says any other uses or structures not specifically, provisionally, or by reasonable implication permitted herein, any use which is potentially dangerous, noxious, or offensive to neighboring uses in the district or to those who pass on public ways by reason of smoke, odor, noise, glare, fumes, gas, vibration, threat of fire or explosion, emission of particulate matter, interference with radio or television reception or radiation, or likely for other reasons to be incompatible with the character of the district is prohibited uses and structures in the CHI zoning district. Any use which is potentially dangerous, like maybe backing in and out of parking spots for tractor trailer rigs, noxious or offensive to neighboring uses, like the vibrations that go on all night long on the interstate or at the rest areas where these trucks, where the trucks stop and spend the whole night running the truck. By reason of smoke, odor, noise, fumes, gas, vibration, all of which are prohibited in the CHI zoning district. There is no automotive use proposed for Lot 2 in the developer's site plan application. It is all, its principal use is only for commercial trucks and tractor trailer rigs. This proposed use requires that special exception. You know, in many ways, this is C 4.5 out of the applicant's materials that are in the record. I'm so sorry, thank you, counsel. This is, I have put on our easel, page C 4.5, site plan from the developer in their application that's in your materials as part of the record already. As I had mentioned, property is adjacent to and pinned in by the Interstate 75 southbound off-ramp. You know, in many ways, we in the city of Lake City and in Columbia County not only call ourselves, but take pride in calling ourselves the gateway to Florida. We consider Lake City the gateway to Florida. I like to cook a little bit, and sometimes I like to try, I'm not very good at it, but try to boil down a roux. When you boil down the roux of the gateway to Florida, that southbound exit ramp of I-75 is our entrance to the gateway to Florida. That cannot possibly be what this community wants to see at the entrance to the gateway to Florida. I'm referring to FGH Exhibit 1, a photograph of a Circle K truck stop located elsewhere. Going back to C 4.5. So the commercial trucks and the tractor trailer rigs that are solicited by Circle K for refueling at their truck stop will enter and exit this property only on Northwest Centurion Court. Every single tractor trailer rig has to come down that road. There is no other access to Lot 2. Every single tractor trailer has to exit onto Centurion Court. There is no other egress, exit out of Centurion Court. Remember the testimony about the magnanimous cutting back of the parking spaces from 9 to 6? You know what? If I draw a site plan that shows on the site plan that a tractor trailer rig has to back out of the space into the public road in order to exit, I'd be cutting back some parking spots too. They didn't show you that site plan. It's in the materials. They didn't bring that one to your attention. It's only a 2-lane road. It has a short right-hand turn lane for the limited amount of traffic that's actually exiting Centurion Lane to travel further west, right? Most everybody else is coming down, heading back the other way, getting back on the interstate, heading northbound on the interstate, or back into Lake City. This intersection already regularly backs up with traffic at the intersection of Centurion and 90. It's obstructing the access past the Circle K to the Denny's and the True Hotel. This commercial subdivision has 13 lots. 2 new restaurants are about to come online, so the use is only going up. As noted in our presentation materials previously provided to you in the record and included in our binder, the Columbia County Tourist Development Council has expressed opposition to this proposed truck stop. Even more importantly, the Florida Department of Transportation has also expressed concerns regarding this proposed truck stop project. On October 30, 2023, the permits manager, the then permits manager, Mr. Register, is retiring, and he's on leave until his retirement date, which is effective at the end of February. The permits manager of the Florida Department of Transportation sent an email, I believe it's Exhibit E, sent an email that he wrote to Mayor Stephen Witt, former city attorney Todd Kennan, and the central construction manager for Circle K. Now you heard about the email. What you didn't hear is what it says. The email says the department intends to revoke commercial access and signal connection permit number 2015, long number, Northwest Centurion Court, issued on April 18, 2016 to Gateway Crossing Development and under subsequent jurisdiction of the city of Lake City. Then it says, with a semicolon, so taking all that into consideration, and also not to renew safety upgrade permit 2022A, long number again for Northwest Centurion Court, issued on May 18, 2022 to Circle K. Continuing with the email, that expires on November 20, 2023. Folks, this is January 10, 2024. The permit that was testified to as still being in effect expired on November 20, 2023, per the FDOT email. They're not done. The FDOT notice further provides, in pertinent part, the city the city did not contact the department to determine if a new permit application and modification of existing connection is required. All this work they had you do more than a year and a half ago. The city did not contact the department to determine if a new permit application and modification of existing connection is required. The city also failed to contact the department to determine the need for connection modifications or to submit a new application for such modifications prior to initiation of property improvements, land use changes, or traffic flow alteration actions which constitute significant change. Now, ultimately, DOT has to speak for themselves. But what I really think they're telling you is nobody told us you were going to put a truck stop in Gateway Crossing subdivision. The planned construction at the site is significantly different from what was represented during the department permitting process, and there are significant safety concerns given the close proximity of the location to the I-75 right-of-way. I think that's code for what I just told you. Nobody told us there was going to be a truck stop put in Lot 2 at the Gateway Crossing. And I was right, it's Exhibit E. The safety concerns alone should tell us all that this proposed site plan application does not have the best interest of our community in mind. We are also aware that members of this Planning and Zoning Board previously presented with this site plan application were led to believe there would be no traffic problems from this proposed site. You're going to see tonight that is not so. The two-lane road with limited right-hand turn lane and the short distance from 75 and 90 will result in a significant increase in tractor and tractor-trailer rig traffic. This will result in an increase in conflicts between traffic serving the True and the currently existing and other additional high-volume traffic businesses like Denny's, Sonic, a chicken restaurant in the Gateway Crossing, with large trucks coming and leaving the site at a volume never anticipated, never permitted. The proposed use of the property is incompatible with the character of this zoning district, which is why it fits the definition of the prohibited uses so well, because it is the primary entry point of travelers to Columbia County and Lake City. And it's the primary area where folks from Lake City go to do things like dine and other recreational type activities. The proposed use, like getting on the interstate to go somewhere else. The proposed use of this property, totally incompatible with the character of the zoning district. This is one of the, if not, it's gotta be the most busiest intersection in all of Columbia County. Florida Gateway contends, and we believe the public at large agrees, that the proposed use in a manner consistent with a truck stop, regardless of how you define it, is incompatible with the Gateway to Florida. And it's the incompatibility that is why truck stops require a special exception and not merely a site plan approval. When you seek a special exception, to approve it requires a finding that the proposed truck stop would promote the public health, safety, welfare, morals, order, comfort, convenience, appearance, prosperity, and or the general welfare for the Planning and Zoning Board to approve. So now you understand why the developer and Circle K are trying to get away with just a site plan application. They're asking you to put your head in the sand and don't call this new use what it is, a truck stop. I appreciate your attention. We will, Mr. Arline is going to say a couple of matters about land use, as he is our land use man. Thank you for your attention, Mr. Arline, and then we will call our first witness.
Good evening, I'm Terrell Arline, T-E-R-R-E-L-L, Arline, A-R-L-I-N-E. My address is 1819 Tamiami Drive in Tallahassee. I'm a land use attorney. I've got offices in Tallahassee. I work all over the Northeast. Have been a county attorney, so I know what you guys are going through. And what I'm going to do is present the testimony of two of our expert witnesses on behalf of Nick Patel and his companies. And I want to make 2 points, kind of what Guy was mentioning, but a little more focused. One, it's my belief that this proposed use constitutes the development of a truck stop and is not just an automotive service station, and that the site plan application should be processed as a special exception under the criteria that you have in your code governing special exceptions. That's what the Guy just told you, and I agree with that. We will call Louis Cerna, who's a land use planner I've known for years, and as our expert witness in land use planning, and he'll testify about that point from his experience as a land use planner. The second point I want to make is that it's our belief that the project and the trucks that it will attract, I think we heard tonight that it will increase truck traffic, that what's there right now. And there's probably not any tractor trailer trucks going there right now. I think it was 50 something a day, I may be wrong. But we're gonna call a man named Dr. Jeff Buchholz, who's a traffic engineer, who has evaluated Kimley-Horn's traffic data and reports, and he'll testify about this point of the traffic and the potential impacts in Centurion Way and the weaknesses that he saw in the traffic report that Kimley-Horn presented to the city. And so I'm going to put those witnesses on. In the interim, Guy will call Mr. Patel and the individual from the Department of Transportation who wrote that letter that worked for the department that wrote that letter, the email. And hopefully we can get this done in the next hour. So that'll be our hope. So first witness will be Jeff Buchholz. State your name and your address.
Jeffrey Buchholz, Jeffrey-Buchholz. Office address is 3585 Corey Road, Kori, Jacksonville, Florida.
And you previously been sworn as a witness?
Yes, sir.
And you have introduced in the record your resume. I think it's in the book, it's item I of our materials. I don't want to go through so many pages, but I want you briefly just to discuss your education and experience in the area of transportation planning since you got out of college.
Yeah, I have a master's degree in civil engineering with a transportation major, a PhD with the same thing. Master's degrees from Berkeley, the PhDs from University of Florida. I've been practicing for 46 years, 36 here in Florida, and I'm a PE in 6 states, including Florida.
Can you speak up a little bit more into the mic?
PE in 6 states, including Florida. PE, professional engineer.
In traffic engineering?
Well, they don't have a specific for traffic engineering, but that's what I've done my whole career.
And do you have any accreditations that you've received as a traffic engineer?
No. You don't get any as a traffic engineer. You get a lot of flack, you don't get accreditations.
Were you retained by Nick Patel and his corporations, Florida Gateway and Lake City Hotels LLC, to perform professional services for this?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
Look at the studies that were done and give my expert opinion.
The studies that were done by Kimley Horn?
That's one of them, that's the main one, yes.
And did you look at the transportation study that Kimley Horn did in 2022 for the project?
Yes.
And did you review the most recent update that Kimley Horn submitted in October of 2023?
Yes.
And did your work result in a written report?
Yes.
Now, there were actually two reports. You did one on the first 2022 report,
Right.
Kimley Horn study, right?
Yes.
And that's an item G in our materials. And then you did another report on the updated October 2023 report.
Correct.
And, you know, I'm just going to focus on the most recent one here today. So, got your report. It's Exhibit G1. And I would like, if you could, it's dated December 20th, 2023. Did you produce that in December of 2023 after seeing the October 2023 report?
Yes.
For the first time on December 18th?
I produced my report shortly after I saw it.
Right. Okay, I want you to go through your report. It's got 5 items that were discussed earlier by Kimley Horn's experts, and just briefly discuss your professional conclusions in your report, starting with item 1.
Sure, and I'm going to expand a little bit based on what I've heard here tonight.
So you will be not just talking about your report, but responding to the testimony from Kimley Horn's witnesses about your report.
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the first item in my report is this business of background traffic. Kimley Horn, the representative, has just said, well, he didn't pay any attention to the coming restaurants that are going to be there, even though when, you know, I can understand that when he did his first study because maybe they weren't under construction and he didn't know about them. But in October, they're under construction. There's buildings there. You can see that there's a sign going in another restaurant. And as a traffic engineer, to ignore the traffic that's going to be generated by those, to not add those in as specific background traffic on Centurion is negligent, is pure negligence. Now, there's also other developments that we know are going to go back in there, and if they're going to be there by the time that this fuel station is constructed, and that's usually the date we look at, when is the fuel station going to open? When is the truck fueling station going to open? Mini truck stop, I'll call it. When that opens, you look at everything that you know is either going to be there, that's going to be there. And you know the Sonic's going to be there, you know the other restaurant's going to be there. The U-Haul may be there, I don't know when it's programmed to be there. And the other hotel might be there by then, I don't know. But at least those other two are. And to ignore those effects, that's a large amount of traffic that you're just going, I'm not looking at. No wonder you get decent levels of service at your intersection, because you're not looking at that traffic. Okay. So that was a first concern of mine. You know, that should have been taken into account. That was right there in front of them. You know, no reason to put your hands over your eyes and ignore it. The second thing that I thought was poor engineering was this idea that they took the ITE calculated rates. ITE says what a typical facility of this type should generate. A typical convenience store with fuel pumps, that's what this is out there now. And they calculated it. And then after they calculated the rates by IT, they said, well, you know, we did some counts and it seems like this one's not a very popular one, at least on the day we did the counts. So we're going to knock down the trip generation that's predicted by ITE, which is based on a bunch of studies all over the nation. So it's average values based on, it's not the highest values, it's not the lowest values, it's average values.
But ITE is the standard in your industry.
Yeah, it's the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the standard in the industry. We're going to calculate it using this formula, but then we're going to knock it down by 40%. And that's the numbers we're going to use. Well, and that's being conservative? That's being conservative. He calls that calibration because they're not like Miami. Well, you might not be like Miami, but you're right next to US 90, a high volume arterial, and right next to an interstate highway. It's probably worse than Miami, okay? I mean, that's a very highly attractive place for cars to get gas. Now, so that's non-conservative mistake number 2 besides the development issue. And there's some numerical errors in the report. I didn't even go into that. I didn't even go into the numerical errors. And remember what the gentleman from Circle K said. He said this is a, quote, high volume location, unquote. Well, all of a sudden went from a high volume location when he's talking about it to 40% lower than an average volume location when Kimley Horn's talking about it. So which is it? Number 3, this business of bypass traffic. Yes, they did use they calculated bypass traffic and they did bring all the bypass traffic into turning into the driveways, as you should. But then they deducted traffic on the main line. They said the traffic that before was going on the main line, we're taking that off of US 90. We're subtracting that out. That's where the mistake is made. Because the traffic they should be subtracting out that is going by on I-75. That's where they should be subtracting out the bypass traffic. That's going to be all new traffic on US 90 that comes in to use the truck pumps. So they made a mistake in where they took out their bypass traffic, and it reduced the volumes that they used in their calculations on US 90. So they're getting good level of service. Well, there's another reason why they're getting good level of service.
So that's 3 examples of where they reduced what they estimated the traffic to be.
It's just 3 examples that make the level of service and everything look rosier than it's actually probably gonna be. I don't know. You really need to do a whole new study. But probably all pointing in the wrong direction.
Okay, go on.
So the 4th thing, which to me is, again, I think is basically negligent engineering, is this business of taking what are basically truck fueling positions and treating them like car fueling positions. They took the equations from ITE for a convenience store with fuel pumps, and they expanded that number of pumps as if they were car pumps. That land use isn't for car pumps and then adding high-speed diesel, it's for cars. Or diesels maybe that would surface like a Mercedes-Benz. But it's not for high-speed diesel for trucks. They're taking a totally wrong land use and it's a correct land use for what's out there now, but it's a wrong land use and expansion. This is really kind of a new area of development, which is probably why some of these land use codes are a little off. We used to have big truck stops, okay, like you've got Flying J and those. We still have those. And we have convenience stores with fueling positions. But this idea of adding 3 or 4 or 5 or 2 high-speed diesel for trucks behind a convenience store, this is something that's only been happening in the last 10 years. You didn't used to see this. This is something new that is popping up. They figured out that this is a good marketing ploy. It brings in a lot of traffic. And so this is what they're doing. But you can't use something from ITE that's not meant for that category. What you needed to do was go out and find similar facilities, which are out there, and count them, and then use those results and average them, and then use that to predict what's going to happen at your location. Facilities like this that are near an interstate, not ones like that are in Palatka, ones that are near an interstate. And you will then get the correct number or a good estimate of the correct number of trucks that are going to be in there. And this business of 95% cars, 5% trucks, where'd that come from? That's not in any literature I've ever seen. That sounds like a guesstimate to me. It's not in the report. There's no documentation for it. In fact, the Circle K guy said less than 10%. Well, it just went from 5% to almost 10% now. So what is it? Maybe it's 15 or 20% trucks, but there's no documentation on it.
Well, on that point, does that establish that there will be an increase in truck traffic if this project's approved from what's there now?
Well, that's another thing, is basically the gentleman from Kimley Horn sat right here and told you that they took that into account. But if you look at their synchro runs in their report, and I've got it right here, synchro runs are the computer runs they do, and they input to all the movements at all the intersections, all the turning movements, the percentage of trucks that are going to be making each movement. You look at the PM peak hour background conditions, that's before the new development. PM, 2% for every movement. You look at it, build conditions, that's with the new development, that's with the trucks, still 2% trucks all the way across. So is the increase in trucks being taken into account? Not in the analysis, it's 2% before, it's 2% after, and it's the same thing for the AM. So that statement was a bold-faced lie.
So, but there was, here's the number, didn't they say that there were 72 new truck trips?
Quiet in the audience.
72 new trips for peak hour?
No, that's not what they said.
They said 72 trips.
Yeah, it might have been trips, but they didn't say truck trips.
Okay.
I mean, you would assume that, it's gonna be mostly truck trips. I mean, there might be a few, again, there might be a car that uses those diesel pumps, I don't know, but.
I mean, do you think?
But you would assume that they would be mostly trucks and mostly semis, because that's what it's designed for. But if you did a count, you would know exactly what those percentages were. How many people with their actual cars used it, very few. How many people with single unit trucks used it, probably a little more. And then how many with semis used it?
And they didn't do that?
No, there was no data. There's no data in the report. There's no data in the literature on these mini truck stops that I'm aware of yet. They're too new.
There was testimony that they presented, and they called the use of these diesel facilities heavy vehicles.
Yeah, sometimes people call them heavy trucks. That just means,
But it's the same thing as a tractor trailer truck. Is that what you think?
Typically that's the definition given. Tractor.
Okay, I interrupted you. You finished your?
No, I haven't. Then number 5 was this idea of the queue length. Well, if you've got all this stuff wrong, then your level of service is going to be wrong. Your delay is going to be wrong. Another measure that's very important is your queue lengths are going to be wrong.
Tell me what a queue length
Queue is a waiting line. It's a line of cars.
So it's the people piling up.
Yeah.
It's
so it's the
light
people on
Centurion
Centurion trying to get out of the intersection that are backing up. He said, it's going to go from 7 to 8. Okay? No, it's probably going to be much worse than that, given all these errors. Plus, he's not taking into account trucks in his queue calculations. It's not, car 25 foot for a car. A truck, 60, 70 feet, it's like 2-3 cars for a semi-tractor trailer. They take up a lot of space. It doesn't take many of those to block up. You can be possible to have queues blocking up past Denny's, past Sonic. I mean, who knows what's going to happen.
Will it affect the traffic coming off 90 going onto Centurion to our client's hotel if those trucks are?
Well, here's another thing. They define their own scope. They're going to look at this intersection, right? Kim Leon said, I'm going to look at this intersection. They're not looking at the ramp intersections. And where are those trucks coming from? They're coming off the interstate. They're going to affect those ramp intersections, but those aren't being analyzed at all. We're not hearing about the level of service there. We're not hearing about the queuing on those. And remember what the gentleman said that was up here for them. Backups on the interstate are incredibly dangerous. Well, if they're so dangerous, how come they didn't analyze the ramps?
They didn't analyze the effects of this project on the ice.
Correct. They're going to be pulling big trucks off there, and they did no analysis of the ramps. If it's going to be incredibly dangerous, which he's right, then you'd think you would be analyzing those ramps.
Well, let's talk about queuing from trucks leaving the site onto Centurion and heading to 90. What's the effect that potentially could happen to them?
Well, people can't get out of driveways. People can't get to that true right lane if the trucks are going to be backing up mostly in that left turn lane to get back onto the interstate. And that's a short through right lane. It needs to be lengthened. So, yeah, but if you did the right study, you might say, hey, we need to lengthen that lane. We might need to add a lane. We might need a double left turn out of there.
Or maybe not have a truck stop there.
Well, or whatever. It might not work. But you won't get the right results. You won't get the right recommendations if you don't study it properly. And you won't have the right queue length, so you won't know how far it's going to be backing up and how much trouble it could cause. It could cause Circle K trouble. Their semi-drivers during peak periods might not be able to get out of their facility to get onto Centurion. It might be backed up that far. But that's why you do an accurate analysis. That's why you don't sugarcoat these analyses.
Are you concerned that this facility, if it's built, will have queuing problems at the intersection of 90 and Centurion because of the trucks, the new trucks that are coming?
Sure. Absolutely. I mean, we don't know. We got a big question mark. This is such a poor report. It's such a poor traffic study. We don't know.
Okay, you made all your points?
I think so.
There's 5. So, in conclusion, your professional opinion is that the Kimley-Horn reports are incomplete and inaccurate, and that recommendations in the report do not ensure safe and efficient access to the proposed site. Is that right?
I would agree with that statement.
No more questions.
Florida Gateway calls Nick Patel. All right, good evening, Mr. Patel. Will you state your name? Mr. Chairman, may I proceed? Thank you. Will you please state your name and address?
Yeah, my name is Nilesh Patel. I'm known as Nick Patel in the community. I reside at 442 Northwest Fairway Drive, Lake City, zip code 32055.
Are you one of the owners of Florida Gateway Hotels?
Yes, I'm the principal owner and managing partner of Florida Gateway Hotels.
And what does Florida Gateway do?
Florida Gateway Hotel, as a company, owns the True by Hilton Hotel.
And do you have other companies that own other hotels?
Yes, I have several companies which owns other hotels. I have the Hampton Inn and Suites here in Lake City. I have extended stay product Home2 Suites here in Lake City. I do have the Best Western Plus as well. Comfort Suites is one of our hotels as well. The True by Hilton, as I said earlier. We also have the Days Inn Hotel across from McDonald. And we're building a beautiful extended stay product on the east side of the interchange next to Texas Roadhouse.
So how many hotels do you have just in Lake City?
I'll have 7 hotels here in Lake City.
And do you have others in other areas as well?
Yes, I do. I have 2 beautiful hotels in Gainesville. I've got the Country Inn and Suites in front of Cracker Barrel at the Archer exit, and one of the best Marriott Hotel in Gainesville as well. And I'm building 2 wonderful hotels at the Jacksonville Airport. It's a Marriott and a Hilton Hotel.
Earlier this evening, there was a reference made to your Comfort Suites Hotel. Is the Comfort Suites in the same zoning district as Gateway Crossing?
No, it is not.
Is it in a CHI zoning district?
No, it is not.
So Mr. Shell is mistaken when he testified they're in the same district?
Yes.
And was he also mistaken when he said it was a CHI district?
Yes, that is correct.
Does Comfort Suite sell parking spaces?
No, it does not.
Does Comfort Suite instead sell hotel rooms?
Yes, it does.
The parking at Comfort Suite, is that only for guests of the hotel?
That is correct. So, yeah, so there's a big difference between, I know this was brought up by the testimony of John Shell. There's a big difference between a hotel and an a truck stop. A truck stop is 24-hour operations where trucks will come in and out. Trucks are parked throughout the night, running pretty much. In a hotel, truckers do come in occasionally. Sometimes we don't even have any trucks parked at our hotel. But if you look around in Lake City and across the state of Florida, you would see truckers coming at the hotel. But the difference is this. The truckers come in, they park the truck, they turn off the truck, and they check in into the hotel for a good night rest. This is not a 24-hour truck fueling facility. it was news to me when Mr. John Shell said that hotels could be categorized as truck stops. For God's sake, we have so many truck stops in the state of Florida then. So, and he also said that my hotels are such that we have too many trucks or whatnot. I don't remember exactly saying, but let me be very honest. My hotels are very high quality hotels. We get a lot of awards from Hilton's and Marriott Hotel. We run our hotels very efficiently. And these are top-notch hotels in the city of Lake City, in Gainesville as well.
Let's turn to a different subject. We have previously marked this photograph that is on the easel to my right of the Circle K in Chaffee Road. Did you take this photograph, which we've marked as Florida Gateway Hotels Exhibit Number 1?
Yes, I did.
Does that photograph accurately depict the Circle K truck stop location on Chaffee Road?
That is exactly what it depicts.
When and from whom did you acquire the property for the True Hotel in Gateway Crossings?
I think I acquired it 2016.
And from whom?
From GWC Development Partners.
And is this a development like a residential subdivision that has an owners association and restrictive covenants and such that apply to the development?
Yes, there is an association which governs what comes in and what cannot come in. And there's a yearly fee which we pay, so.
And you have 2 other parcels within Gateway Crossing?
Yes, I do. We bought those parcels in 2017, lot number 4 and lot number 5, potentially to build another Hilton or Marriott hotel. And in fact, GWC has advertised everywhere to sell the rest of the lots that I'm going to build another hotel up there, which is true. It's in the plan to do that. Yeah.
So you have a plan to build another hotel, and Mr. Shell and his investors have advertised that you're going to do that, seeking to market their own properties.
That is correct.
And the type of hotel that you're looking to put there is either another Hilton or a Marriott?
That is correct. We don't build budget hotels. We always do high-end, mid-scale to upper mid-scale hotel. And, we've moved up the ladder. We may do a boutique hotel up there, pretty high-end boutique, Marriott or a Hilton hotel.
Mr. Patel, in all your years of being in the hotel business and all the travels that you've had around your own hotels and others all over the world, have you ever seen a hotel like a Marriott next door to a truck stop?
It's very difficult to find a good Marriott next to a truck stop. It just doesn't speak well to have an upscale hotel closer to a truck stop.
Would the approval of this property, Lot 2, that's the subject of this de novo hearing, would the approval of it for a truck stop or whatever you want to call it have an adverse effect on your decision-making with respect to the Marriott property in Gateway Crossings?
Yeah, it'll hamper my ability. I want the P&Z board to understand that I built a beautiful hotel in this subdivision. And it was also because I built it, I took the risk that this subdivision looked better. It's a beautiful building. I bought additional sites from GWC Development Partners to build another hotel. If this truck stop comes and is allowed to come in that subdivision, it'll hamper my ability to get a good franchise. Franchisors do not want to give a franchise closer to a truck stop because they see it as Not good. This will depreciate the value of my site. This will impact my ability to grow in Lake City, hamper growth in Lake City and in the community. And I'm deeply, deeply worried about this. And I am.
At the time that you purchased and developed the True Hotel and Gateway Crossings, was it ever contemplated that Gateway Crossings would include a truck stop or anything like it?
No. On the contrary, I was told that on lot 6, where the U-Haul storage unit is proposed, that probably would be a movie theater or a departmental store. I was told that we're going to bring good restaurants. We're going to bring new concept of restaurants. Unfortunately, that just didn't happen. And as John Shell told you, that he bought these subdivision long time ago, and it took him a long time to sell these lots. Unfortunately, these were sold to build a truck stop and to build a U-Haul storage unit. And I didn't buy into this. I didn't buy those 2 sites for this. This will definitely impact my investment here in Lake City. Folks, I've been here 30 years, and I've built beautiful hotels down here. I've created an enormous amount of economic activity, and I've made lives better in this community for a lot of folks. I did not buy into a truck stop. So I want every one of you sitting here, understand this.
Move that back to the site plan that was previously up. I believe it's there. Good. Thank you, sir. In the Gateway Crossing, each of the businesses that are located there or to be located there, are they accessed only through Northwest Centurion Court?
That is correct. It's the only road which takes you to all these lots.
Okay, and so can you describe that road for the Planning and Zoning Board?
Yeah, it's a one-way in, one-way out. It's a 2-lane road. And this, in fact, the road was never designed to take trucks when this thing was built. And the retaining lane is also very small. In front of my True by Hilton Hotel, there's a cul-de-sac, so this road doesn't go through this subdivision. You'll have to turn around to exit, so it's one way in, one way out.
So the True is adjacent to the cul-de-sac, and then does the cul-de-sac end at what is now owned by U-Haul?
Yeah, that's I think that's lot 6. Yeah, that's where U-Haul is going to come.
And there is no other access to this subdivision other than from US 90?
That is correct.
Is there any possibility of access from the east?
No, as you presented in your presentation, that on the east you have the ramp of I-75, southbound exit. So there's just no practical way that there could be any other way to get in.
So when did you first learn of this proposed mini truck stop for tractor trailer rigs on lot 2 of Gateway Crossing?
In October, Parker Neely, God bless Parker Neely. He called.
This is Mr. Shell's business partner?
Yes, that is correct, yeah.
Who's recently passed away?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So Parker Neely called me, and he told me, Nick, are you interested to buy these lease? And at that point, I told him that, why don't you send me information? Why don't you email me information so I can have a look at it? Because I had no idea what was going to come. It was never told to us what was going to come. Remember, we are a subdivision.
And so he sent you materials?
Yeah, he emailed me materials, yes.
And in the board's packet or binder this evening, as the first page past the table of contents, we included a depiction of the Gateway Crossing subdivision.
Yes.
Was that included in the materials from Mr. Neely when he sent it to you?
Yeah, I don't exactly remember whether that was included, but this is what, we had. So,
Well, the source of that document is through Mr. Neely.
I don't exactly remember, to be very frank with you.
Is the
There
source
could be
of
a
that-
possibility, yeah.
Is the source of that document through Gateway
Yes.
GWC developers?
Yeah, they were the civil engineer,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you. So what did you learned about this project, you took a look at it, what did you do in response?
Yeah, so as soon as I got those emails, I studied what's coming up there, and I called the city. I left a message with the growth management, and I wanted to know what the status of this project was.
Did you meet with anyone at the city?
Yeah, I requested a meeting with the city manager, Paul Dial, and I met Paul, I met Angelo, and I met Steve. We sat down in the office, and I expressed to them, I think my meeting was on November the 9th, I don't exactly remember, but I think it was on November the 9th, and I sat down with them and told them exactly how I felt. And I told them that, look, I'm deeply concerned about it. After reading the LDR, I felt this is a truck stop. This cannot be an automated service station. And this is going to impact my businesses. And you need to look at this and you need to address my concerns.
Okay, so this conversation, this meeting happened in October of 2022, right?
Yeah, I think it was November, I believe so.
Okay, and Mr. Young was not employed by the city at that time?
No, Mr. Young.
He didn't
No.
participate in those meetings?
No, Mr. Young, I think, was not an employee at that time.
Right. And what was represented to you as, well, let me first ask this. And so this is in October or November of 2022. So this is after this Planning and Zoning Board meeting had occurred back in July of 2022, right?
That is correct, yes.
Right? And did you have any idea there had been a Planning and Zoning Board meeting in July of 2022?
No, I did not.
Did anyone at that meeting tell you that there had been a Planning and Zoning Board meeting in July of 2022?
I don't recall that that was told.
So what was represented to you as the status of the developer's application at that meeting in October or November of 2022?
Well, I expressed my concern, I gave them in writing, I emailed them, and at that point they told me that they'll contact Circle K and see what they'll do about it. And Paul Dahl pretty much told me, we will review these comments, we'll take these into consideration, and we'll discuss this with the city attorney, and the city attorney would make a decision on this project, whether it needs to go forward or not. And I categorically told them, involve us in the decision-making process. We want to be part of it. You know, I do not want to be left out like before, so.
And so did they leave you with the impression that there was still a decision to be made as to whether or not this application would be approved?
Yeah, I felt that because the city attorney, I presented all the facts that this is a truck stop. I gave them the definition of LDR, the way I felt and read. I gave them some other details, and at that point they told me they'll review and they'll make a decision whether this project move forward or not. And the attorney would make the call.
And did these folks from the meeting with the city then later tell you that no permit had been issued for the construction of this site?
Yes, that is correct, yeah.
And did they suggest to you that you needed to wait for the issuance of the permit?
And I don't recall, but possibly they may have told me that, yeah.
Did you file a notice of appeal with the City Board of Adjustment after the permit was issued?
Can you ask the question again, please?
Did you file a notice of appeal with the Board of Adjustment after that permit was issued?
Yes, we did.
Right, and is that notice of appeal still pending?
Yes, it is.
As a neighboring property owner, did you receive any notice of the July 2022 Planning and Zoning meeting to consider the site plan application?
No, we did not.
To your knowledge, was there any notice to the public published in the newspaper?
No.
Was there any notice to the public posted on the site?
No.
What was your understanding? What is your understanding of the purpose of this hearing tonight?
Well, as the city's attorney, Mr. Walker, said that there was no notice, the city's failure to provide notice violated or would violate my due process right. So it's very important that in the state of Florida, we need to do this de novo hearing, and we need to consider again the approval of the plans. So that is the reason why we are here.
How often do you visit the True property here in Lake City?
I go to the property pretty much every day.
Have you personally seen fuel trucks leaving the Circle K block traffic on Centurion Way?
Yes, I have.
More than once?
Yes.
Many times?
I've seen many times, not only the fuel trucks, but other vehicles also blocking.
Have you personally seen traffic back up from the Circle K to block traffic on Centurion Way?
Yes, I have seen blockages of traffic.
You'll allow me to digress for just a moment. I want to show you another photograph that we would mark as FGH number 2.
And this photograph is not in any of your previous submittals?
This photograph is not in any previous submittal.
Thank you.
Marked as FGH Exhibit 2. Mr. Patel, do you recognize that photograph? Did you take that photograph?
I did.
Is that also of the Chafee Road property?
Yes, that is correct.
So that is the Circle K truck stop at Chafee Road, just from a different angle?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And does that photograph accurately depict the Circle K at Chafee Road?
That is correct.
When you enter into the Gateway Crossing subdivision to go to your True Hotel, do you take a left turn off of US 90?
Yes, that is correct.
So let me show you a photograph that is not previously in our materials that we will enter as Florida Gateway Hotels Exhibit 3 and ask if you took that photograph.
Yes, I did.
From your car?
Yes, actually. Yeah.
Okay. And does that accurately depict the entryway onto Northwest Centurion?
Yes, that is correct. That's the left turn lane, the retaining lane, which is full of cars.
Is the traffic shown there typical?
Yes. This is a very busy gas station.
I'd also like to show you photograph of the Northwest Centurion, I believe. Can you identify as that Northwest Centurion?
Yes, that is Northwest Centurion. You can see my True Hotel in the back.
Adjacent to the subject Circle K and the Lot 2 for the new development of the truck stop?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you take that picture from your car?
Yeah, I was heading up to True. That's a recent picture. Yeah.
Can we have an exhibit number for that before you continue with your question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I had said so forgive me. FGH number 4, please, Mr. Chairman.
You got that, Mr. Angelo?
does that photograph accurately depict backups of traffic on Centurion currently?
That is correct. I was blocked here that I couldn't go to my hotel.
So, in your opinion, having traveled the road on a daily basis, what is causing the backup from the Circle K?
Yeah, you could, this is pretty much applying simple logic here. This is a two-way road. The gas station is an extremely busy gas station. There's an enormous amount of volume coming out of this gas station trying to get back on I-75 or on US 90. The retaining lane is very, very small. And, this is the reason why this backup occurs. And at times, my staff, and including myself, we have difficulty even trying to get to my hotel.
So let me show you what I am marking as FGH Exhibit 5. Now, I believe this is an aerial photograph. Where did you acquire this photograph?
Yeah, this is basically a Google photograph, yeah.
A Google Maps photograph?
Yes.
And what is the location for that Circle K?
That is the same Sheffy Road, US 90, off I-10 gas station you were talking about.
And so, is it your understanding that this is a somewhat similar Circle K development to what is being proposed here at Gateway Crossings?
That is correct, yes.
What do you see as distinguishing factors in this other location that does not and cannot exist at the location of the Circle K at Gateway Crossing?
Yeah, so let me point the PNC board members. If you look at, I visited two actually Circle K gas stations, and most of these gas stations are, the gas stations which are a combination of trucks and, automobile fueling stations. They are pretty much at the intersection of two highways. And they had distinct entry point for trucks and an exit. Here, we don't have that because even though Circle K is located, on US 90, pretty much, you could see that. But in reality, it's right behind. It's on the northern side of the existing Circle K. And the only entry point to the truck stop here they're trying to build is through Northwest Centurion Court. It's one way in, one way out. I also saw, and I know Circle K said that they will not allow trucks to be parked overnight. But every truck stop I have visited, whether it's Circle K or any other truck stops, no matter how big they are or small they are, you always see trucks parked during the day and at night. And at this particular gas station, you can see trucks parked everywhere. They are parked on the exit ramp of this gas station, and Circle K states that they manage that. Well, I don't know how they manage this. So my fear is if this thing goes through, we're gonna have trucks parked throughout the day, throughout the night, trucks running the whole night. Trucks would be parked on Northwest Centurion Court, and we will have to deal with it. And I am the largest investor in the subdivision. Think about it. And my employees will have to deal with this.
Are you familiar with the requirement for commercial truck drivers, tractor trailer rigs, to stay off the road for 10 hours per day?
That is correct, yes. So if somebody parks the truck on Northwest Centurion Court, it's very difficult for even cops to come in and move them because they've done their 10 hours. They can't move. If a truck comes in here and they park at Circle K, you can't move them. They've done the 10 hours. They have to stay there no matter what you tell them. It's very difficult to tell a truck driver he has done his 10 hours and tell him, move from our parking area. And I don't think so this is being managed by Circle K, because you see trucks parked everywhere.
Including on a random Google map.
Yeah, very true.
Do you believe this new development truck stop is compatible with the CHI zoning district or gateway crossing?
It is not. And as you pointed out correctly, look, folks, when you look at this exit, you see beautiful hotels. You'll see 2 new hotel construction right now, worth maybe $40 million worth of investment. You'll see great restaurants. You'll see amazing fast food change. These are all businesses at this interchange, serving visitors who would exit and stay in Lake City. To put something like what Circle K is proposing will degrade this exit, will diminish the value of our exit. Mind you, we have worked so hard for so many years to build this exit. And now, a publicly traded company, probably, I don't know whether Circle K is publicly traded or not, would come in and build a truck stop. This is going to be a big nuisance for us. It's nonsense to deal with it. You have smoke, vibration, noise, and it will be very difficult for my guests to deal with this. Look, hotels are there for guests to sleep. And this truck stop is going to be in my neighborhood. How do I expect to market my hotel? I'll lose a competitive advantage I have of this location. And as I said earlier, I may not get a good franchise. This is a big loss for me if this thing comes. And hell, I've been here for 30 years and I've built amazing hotels in this town. And I want every one of you to recognize that.
Mr. Patel, you have previously been a member of the Tourist Development Board?
Yes, I have. I've served in the Tourist Development Code for many years.
And the Tourist Development Board does advertising to promote the city of Lake City and Columbia County and to folks traveling through I-75 and otherwise?
And that is correct. Remember, the tagline Gateway to Florida is very important for Lake City and Columbia County. Lake City is known as an exit for the last 40 years. As John Shell said, there was a Holiday Inn here, a perfect location for a hotel, which was built maybe in 1970s. Lake City is very well recognized. Yeah, Lake City is very well recognized. We get the same people during year after year because you have snowbirds coming from north, stay in Lake City, head down south. And they're used to this town. They're used to the restaurants which come here. My guest and my staff would see the same guest every year. And to build this kind of facility at this exit will diminish growth, it'll hamper growth. It does not look good for our exit. This is an exit, we build it. This is our exit.
So Mr. Patel, as we seek to conclude here, do you have any thoughts that you wish to share with the board regarding the definition of automobile service station under the land development regulations?
Yeah, it is absolutely clear to me that the definition of automobile service station is very, very clear. And I don't have to repeat what Guy repeated. But if an establishment is built to primarily refuel trucks, it's a truck stop. Simple as that. All the other things in the definition doesn't matter. You don't have to have overnight parking. You don't have to have restaurant, even though they do. They sell pre-packaged fresh food. In fact, the photo I've taken, I don't know whether you're going to show that or not, but they have seating arrangements. When this plan was approved last year, year before last, they had seating arrangements where people could sit and eat.
Can we go back, excuse me, Mr. Patel, can we go back to our PowerPoint presentation? I believe it's about the third or fourth page. One more. So that's the existing Circle K, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Go ahead. Next down, please. And the traffic pictures. And this is where we get a little sideways with PowerPoint. There we go. That a photograph from inside the Circle K here in Lake City?
Yeah, that was a photograph in 2022 when the plans were approved by the P&Z board. Yes. So that means they had food, they prepare food in the restaurant, and people can sit and eat here. But as I said, to have a restaurant or to have overnight parking spots is not necessary to be called a truck stop. To have a repair and maintenance facility where you could jack your trucks up and change tires, it's not necessary. The criteria you need to apply here is it refueling trucks or not? And if it is refueling trucks, it is a truck stop. It is simple. There is no complication in this. And I urge you that do not get into the semantics of combining two different businesses, a truck stop and an automated service station, 95% and 5%. So you can call it as an automated service station. There is no written basis in the LDR to do that. It's manufactured. It's tortured definition of an automated service station. As Guy pointed out to you guys, that there is nothing in the definition that you could combine them and call it. It is very simple. Is it a truck stop or is it an automated service station? And in our view, it's a truck stop. How can it be an automated service station? It is being built on a different lot and a different person owns it, and you call it as an expansion. So I hope you guys take all this thing into consideration and make a call and reject this project, or it needs to go through special exception where the standard is high and they have to cross that standard.
Anything else, Mr. Patel?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of once again reiterate here, which is extremely important here, that this business doesn't add any value to our exit. It does not. In fact, it creates more chaos, more nuisance, and the nonsense it brings, we will have to deal with it. The community at large will have to deal with it. They're going to erect a 100-foot high-rise sign. Think about it. They didn't talk about that. There's a reason why they didn't talk about it. Why did they put a 100-foot high-rise sign? They put a 100-foot high-rise sign to entice truckers to take exit. So you're going to have trucks, northbound and southbound, exiting at this exit, Gateway to Florida exit. The retaining lane on US 90 is also very small. Hardly can probably hold a truck. So you're going to have trucks coming west on US 90, occupying one lane of US 90, backing traffic up on US 90, backing traffic on Northwest Centurion Court. You cannot allow one company or one establishment to use so much of infrastructure on US 90 and on Gateway Crossing at the detriment of every other businesses located in the subdivision. You just cannot allow that to happen. Significant improvements have to be done. And that is the reason also why this thing needs to be approved through special exception process where the standard barrier is high. Because it will affect not only my businesses and my future plans to build hotel in Lake City, but it will affect the community at large. If I want to market my site, lot number 4 and 5, let's say I don't build a hotel and I want to sell it to a name brand restaurant, you know what they're going to tell me? They're going to tell me we don't want to build a restaurant up here because you got a truck stop. Think about it. I did not buy into this. Had I known they were going to put a truck stop, I probably would not have built a hotel or bought those 2 lots. I personally, I've got immense experience building hotels, and I've been extremely successful at it. I would not build a hotel and invest millions of dollars in a subdivision where you have this kind of business, because it degrades it. It doesn't look good. And the headache it comes with it is just too much for any hotel to deal with. And remember, just like when you sleep at your home and you want peace at night, my guest wants peace at night too. They don't want to hear noise and vibration throughout the night. What's going to happen? I'll have complaints. I'll lose the competitive advantage. That is not good. The P&Z board just cannot allow that to happen to an investor who has invested hundreds and millions of dollars here in this community.
Mr. Patel, just one other question. Trucker heading down I-75 southbound at the US 90 intersection. How much further does that trucker need to go to find multiple truck stops?
I think it's 441, is it?
15 minutes?
Yeah, 15 minutes. And so think about it. The next competitor of Circle K is 15 minutes away. If they want to drive more traffic into this store, more trucks into this store, all this traffic study will not matter. If they would reduce the price of the gas by 10%, 15%, 20%. We all know when Walmart sells cheaper gas, what happens? A lot of folks from the community go to Walmart because they're selling cheaper gas or they're running a sale. What happens if Costco sells gas cheap in a community like Jacksonville? I personally have noticed it. There's an enormous number of cars which go to Costco when they sell cheaper gas. That could happen here. They have a 100-foot sign. Think about it. If they would run a sale for diesel gas, and if truckers could save good money, they'll exit at this interchange. And this traffic study means nothing. You'll see backups, and it'll create public safety issues. And you all know that the DOT wrote a letter stating that this development is pretty close to I-75 and they're concerned about public safety. The TDC wrote a letter that this will diminish the way of life we live in Columbia County. Understand, diminish the life we live in Columbia County. The TDC, they have expressed concerns about public safety and the visitors who come to this town. Our traffic engineer, Jeff, has expressed concern about the inaccurate and incomplete study. And our experience states the blockages we have to face day in and day out because this is a very high volume Circle K. So I hope that you will look at it objectively. We believe the city staff made a mistake. And rational people sometimes make honest mistakes. We truly believe that they just didn't look at stuff properly. And they presented the plan to you, stating that this is an automated service station. Well, there is nothing, as I said, in the LDR which states that you could combine and manufacture such a definition. You got to look at it separately. And it also states that you can combine these two together. So I urge you to be objective and not get influenced by what the city staff have told you, because you guys are citizens of Columbia County too, and Lake City as well. Because if we have to face the brunt of this traffic, you will have to face the brunt of this traffic as well. So I hope that the action you will take, I think this is gonna go on the 17th, will not be detrimental to my asset values, but will not damage this community for generations to come. And I hope you would make the right call, because there is no harm. I repeat, there is no harm to ask Circle K to change their plan and make significant improvements. There is no harm to say this needs to go through special exception because it doesn't meet the definition of an automated service station. And I urge you to look at it carefully. And I hope your action will not harm the community and my investment in this community.
Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you.
If it pleases the chairman, we'll call our next witness.
And will you be changing speakers also?
Sir?
Will you be changing speakers also?
No, sir.
Yes.
Florida Gateway Hotels calls Aaron Trippensee of the Florida Department of Transportation. Mr. Trippensee, did you stand and were previously sworn?
Yes, I was.
Right. Would you please state your name and your address for the record as requested by the board?
Yes, my name is Aaron Trippensee. That is AARONTPPENSEE. And I live in Lake City at 827 Southwest Laurel Lane.
And is that in the city limits of Lake City?
Yes, it is.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a maintenance engineer in the Lake City office.
And so, Lake City office of the Florida Department of Transportation?
Yes.
And so exactly what do you do as a maintenance engineer at the Lake City office?
I oversee the maintenance in a 5-county area, and I also oversee the permits office for that same 5-county area.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity with FDOT?
20 years.
Can you briefly tell us about your educational background?
Yes, I have a civil engineering degree from the University of Florida.
And Mr. Trippensee, do you know Troy Register?
Yes, I do. I am his supervisor.
How long have you been his supervisor?
For 20 years.
And is Mr. Register still employed with the Florida Department of Transportation?
He is currently.
He's up for retirement?
Yes, he is.
Good for him. Couldn't we could all enjoy that. All right. And when is his retirement effective?
February 28th, 2024.
Is he presently on leave?
Yes, he is.
So he's on leave until using up his leave before he retires?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the FDOT permits that relate to the Gateway Crossing subdivision? And can we go, Audie, thank you, you are on it. Thank you, sir. Are you familiar with the DOT permits that relate to the Gateway Crossing subdivision?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what are those DOT permits?
There were 2 permits issued in 2022, one for the driveway connection and one for the stormwater system involved in the intersection.
And as a maintenance engineer for DOT, do you have any involvement with the permitting for the Gateway Crossing subdivision?
Yes, I do.
All right, as a maintenance engineer of DOT, do you have any involvement with the DOT permitting relating to the high-speed diesel fuel station that the applicant seeks to construct there on Lot 2 of Gateway Crossings?
Yes, I do.
How are you involved?
I am in charge of the permitting office and oversee the actions of the permitting office.
Exhibit E in the appendix.
Down the bottom, it's an email from DOT, maybe the last one. Or back up.
Mr. Chairman, may I approach the witness? Mr. Trippensey, I want to show you what is marked as Exhibit E in the appendix. It's in the record of the materials from Florida Gateway Hotels. And ask, it's an email, it's dated October 30, 2023. And ask if you've ever seen that email before.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are you familiar with the content of that email?
Yes, I am.
Who signed or sent that email?
Troy Register sent the email.
Okay. And was that in part at your direction?
Yes.
And who was that email sent to?
It was sent to Stephen Witt, Mayor of the City of Lake City, Todd Kennon, City Attorney of City of Lake City, Rebecca Thigpen, Central Construction Manager of the Circle K stores.
Okay. And were you involved in the decision to send that email?
Yes.
Were you involved in the drafting of the email?
Yes.
Who are the DOT employees copied on the email?
Okay. Marty Humphreys is the person in charge of the Lake City office all together. Doug Dykus is a permits representative for our district. Carlos Nieto is our traffic operations engineer.
I think those are the DOT employees, right? Mr. Humphreys is your supervisor?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Trippensey, what is the status of the safety upgrade permit? The number is 2022 A282-0008, issued May 18, 2022 to Circle K, referenced in that email.
That permit is expired on November 20th, 2023.
Why did it expire?
It had run out of time, and the requests for time extension were not granted.
What is the importance of that permit having expired?
It's no longer active, no longer applicable.
So whatever work was permitted by that permit is no longer doable?
Correct.
So Exhibit E, the October 30, 2023 email, also references a second permit. It's called the Commercial Access and Signal Connection Permit, dated April 18, 2016. You familiar with that permit?
Yes.
And I think perhaps that's a permit that was being referenced by Mr. Shell earlier this evening.
Yes.
You heard his testimony about that.
Yes.
So what is that second, can we call it a connection permit, 2016?
No, it's actually called a drainage permit.
Oh, no. Okay, the drainage permit is the second one approved in May of 2023.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, 2022. All right. Has that permit expired as well?
Yes.
All right. But is that drainage permit is not mentioned in the email, is it?
No.
All right. So let's focus on the permit that is mentioned in the email. Okay? It is the second permit, and I believe it's called a commercial access and signal connection permit.
Yes,
It's dated April 18, 2016?
yes.
Okay, so we're on the same permit now. All right. And that's the one that was referred to by Mr. Shell earlier this evening from when
Oh,
he...
yes, the original permit
The
he
original
gained in
development.
2016.
Yes. All right. And are you familiar with that permit as well?
Yes.
So what is that permit for?
That permit is the original connection permit for the entire development of the Gateway Crossing subdivision.
Let me see if I can interpret that in what a dumb lawyer can understand it. Does that mean that it's what allows it is where the DOT permits the connection of the road to US 90?
Yes,
Okay, so in other words, it permits the connection into the state highway system.
yes,
So there is a reference in Exhibit E, the October 30 email from the DOT, Mr. Register, that states that the commercial access and signal connection permit is, quote, under subsequent jurisdiction of the city of Lake City, close quote. Do you see that?
yes,
Do you have personal knowledge of what that means?
yes, I do.
What does it mean?
It means that Centurion Court is a city street. And the city is now the owner of the connection permit.
The developer no longer owns the road.
Correct.
The city owns the road.
Yes.
Same email, Exhibit E, October 30, 2023, the FDOT says to the city and says to Circle K, quote, the planned construction at the site is significantly different than what was represented during the department permitting process, and there are significant safety concerns given the close proximity of the location of I-75 right-of-way. Do you see that in the email?
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge of what is significantly different regarding the planned construction at the site? And let me just interrupt myself to ask, that's Lot 2 at Gateway Crossing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have personal knowledge of what is significantly different regarding the planned construction at the site than what was represented by the developer to the DOT during the department permitting process for the 2016 connection permit?
Yes.
What's different?
Okay. The planned construction shows that the development is located at an interstate interchange, that it will have high-speed diesel truck pumps, and it will have truck parking spaces.
Okay. And how is that different?
That is a significant change of what was originally permitted in the 2016 permit.
Again, trying to understand from a dumb lawyer perspective. Was use of the facility, use of Gateway Crossing subdivisions represented to DOT back in 2016 when that second permit was, or actually the first permit was issued by the developer?
The 2022 permits that were issued as a safety upgrade to an existing connection under its existing conditions. It was not represented as a change in use that is a significant change.
The change in use being from the permit that was issued to the developer in 2016
Yes,
for Centurion Court,
yes,
which is now owned by the city.
yes,
So again, dumb lawyer understanding. So does that mean that there's a different use proposed by this current project that's not represented in the permit from 2016?
Yes, that's correct.
So what does all this mean to the developer?
It means that the DOT is monitoring the progress of this proposed Circle K and processing its effect with the intention to revoke the 2016 permit and require a new permit application.
So was the permits that were done in 2022 by Circle K, the drainage permit that you talked about and the safety permit that you talked about, were those not new applications?
Those were submitted as a no change in use safety upgrade, meaning that it would not qualify and would not be applicable to a connection with a change in use.
So what is the change in use as approved by the DOT?
The change in use is a truck stop.
Now, the email says that the city did not alert the DOT to the significant change, right?
Correct.
Help me understand, what does that mean? What was the city's obligation?
As the permit holder, their conditions require them to submit information that's needed to apply for a new permit when there is a significant change.
Okay, so let's assume they do that. What happens? What does that entail?
They begin the process of providing the required documents that are needed to analyze the new permit.
And can you give us an example of what those documents would be?
One main document would be a traffic study.
A traffic study of what?
A traffic study that would be done in a proper way to cover all of the intersections on US 90 as well as the I-75 interchange.
So the proper study would be more than just the connection at Centurion Court?
Yes.
It would include the interstate interchanges, and would it also, is that a yes?
Yes.
And would it also include other connections?
It would include the traffic signal locations at the interchange and Centurion Court, and there could be others.
The October 30, 2023 DOT email also referenced, quote, significant safety concerns of the DOT. What are the significant safety concerns of the DOT concerning the planned construction at this site?
Okay, the Department of Transportation has multiple concerns, but the chiefest among those are the safety and function of the intersections on US 90, as well as the on and off ramps at I-75. A major concern that we have is anywhere you have truck stops, the trucks park all up and down the ramps.
Now, this email was sent on October 30th of 2023, right?
Yes.
November, December, 10 days into January of 2024. Has DOT heard anything from the city of Lake City?
Nothing from the city.
Are you familiar at all with any of the communications testified to earlier this evening to Mr. Register?
Yes.
You're aware that those have occurred? Circle K's representatives that somehow its position has changed from October 30 of 2023?
No,
So what is the status of the commercial access signal connection permit that was issued back in 2016 to the entire Gateway Crossing subdivision for Centurion Court? What's the status of that permit?
the status of it currently is active. However, the planned construction will cause that permit to not be in compliance.
What about the status of the other two 2022 permits issued to Circle K? Are they active?
Those permits are not active and they've expired.
Does your website reflect that?
Yes.
So is DOT in the process of issuing a notice to revoke the 2016 permit and require a new application? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, we're working on that process right now as we monitor the current conditions and the progress of the proposed Circle K.
Who at DOT should the city be in contact with concerning the new application to modify the 2016 connection permit?
My office.
No further questions, Mr. Chair. How are we doing on time, sir?
You're over 2 hours, but like I said, I'm not sweeping you out of here with a broom.
Okay, we have one more witness.
All right.
Would you like, thank you, sir. Would you like to proceed then, Mr. Chairman?
If you have one more for your initial third-party intervener
Yes, sir.
portion of the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Let's get through that. We'll call a recess, we'll clear the room, and we'll pick this back up in a week.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Harline will do that examination.
Good evening. Terrell Arline again. I'm going to call Louis Cerna, who's our land use planner, to talk about the truck stop, automotive service station issues again. Could you state your name and your business address?
Yes, Luis Serna, Luisserna. You can call me Louis or Louis. I'm with Calvin Giordano and Associates, 311 Park Place Boulevard, Suite 630 in Clearwater.
And item H in our exhibit is a copy of your resume. Could you briefly discuss your education and experience in the area of land use planning since you graduated from high school?
Yes, I have a degree in economics with a minor in planning and also studied planning at the graduate level. And I've been a certified planner for over 30 years. I've been in professional planning practice for over 30 years.
And have you worked as a planner for local governments?
I have about 14 years in local government, and the rest of my career has been as a consultant to local governments and to private.
And you hold a certificate in land use planning, AICP, what is that?
Correct, yeah, it's certified planner through the American Institute of Certified Planners.
Do you believe you're qualified as an expert in land use planning to discuss the issues, the land use issues with regard to the proposed project here in Lake City that's the subject of this hearing?
Yes, I do.
Were you retained by Nick Patel and his corporations, Florida Gateway Hotels and Lake City Hotels, to perform professional services?
Yeah, yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to review the notice of appeal, which included the site plan application package.
And then subsequently, did you review the site plan application that's what we're doing here tonight?
Yes, I did. Yes, I was asked to review that and to render an opinion.
And did you prepare a written report?
Yes, I did.
And that's for the record is item F, which is your report on this matter. And I would just ask that you briefly go through your report and explain to the planning commission your conclusions.
Yes, I think we've already heard a lot of the arguments, but I'm basically of the opinion that this site plan application did not go through the correct process. It should have been processed as a special exception because of the proposed use.
And from a planning standpoint, let me just go back. Could we pull up page 17, it's a definition of automotive service station? Just so that we're clear. I'll go up one more. No, maybe down. Yeah, there. Have you looked at this definition in the code of automotive service station?
Yes, I have. The code includes a definition of truck stop and automotive service station, and based on my review of these definitions in the land development regulations, my conclusion is that this use is clearly a truck stop.
So if the city concludes that it's a truck stop, what's your understanding of the type of permit that the developer would have to obtain to build it?
It needs to go through a special exception process, which is also defined in the city's land development regulations.
So, and the special exception process has certain criteria that govern its approval?
Yes, it does.
With items 22 is the definition of, are the criteria for special exception?
Yes, it is defined as a use that would not be appropriate generally or without restriction throughout the zoning district.
So consider item H, 11.2H, requires that the city consider considerations related to general compatibility with adjacent properties and other projects in the district, including but limited, and then it lists some. Now, that's not something that you would normally have to do to just get a permitted use, a site plan approved for a permitted use, right?
That's correct, yeah. These are additional criteria.
And these criteria consider such things as the impact of the proposed use on the load on public facilities. Well, that's roads part, right?
Correct.
The impact of the proposed use on traffic congestion and other public facilities. That's sort of what we've been talking about tonight with Centurion Parkway.
That's correct.
And then the impact of the proposed use on property values in the adjacent areas. That's a criteria that's not normally applied when you're just issuing a site plan for a permitted use, is it?
Correct.
The impact of the proposed use on the improvement or development of adjacent property is also an additional criteria that's covered by the special exception process.
Correct, yes.
So in going through the special exception process, the city takes a harder look at the sort of the public impacts of the proposed special exception use than they would if they just approved a site plan.
Correct.
Do you have anything further to add that we haven't talked about tonight, Mr. Cernan?
No, I mean, I guess I would just emphasize it. Yeah, I mean, based on my experience, I do assist communities currently with writing land development codes as well as implementing and interpreting codes. And I've never seen a situation where high-speed truck fueling is considered as an accessory use to an automotive service facility.
So you don't accept as a professional conclusion that just adding these diesel pumps to an existing Circle K means that it's not a truck stop?
Correct. I mean, if that were the case, I think the code would have specified that perhaps a number or something like that. But I think the argument is that anything less than the number of car fueling stations would be accessory to automotive fueling is not correct.
And you don't buy that argument?
No, I mean, by that argument, you could have up to 23 truck fueling stations and say it's not, that the primary use is automotive fuel sales.
What if anything, does it mean that the the truck stop, the truck facilities themselves are on a different lot, owned by a different owner than where the gas station is located.
Yeah, that further lends to the argument that it is a different use. As a separate property under separate control, you never know, the Circle K could go away and you could still have truck fueling there. Clearly a separate use.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Mr. Chairman, we rest.
Very nice.
I'd like to do that myself.
All right, at this time, members of the board, I strongly admonish you over the course of the next week, zip your lips. You hear me? All of you. Mr. Barrister, any other admonitions you'd like to give the board?
No, I think it's been an informative meeting and everybody's been very civil and it's been very, very good.
Okay, from a parliamentary standpoint, would we call for a motion of recess?
That's exactly it. And then to adjourn.
Well, we would not adjourn because that would actually end our session. We would just stand in recess for 1 week, correct?
That's fine.
All right, at this time, do we have a motion to enter recess for a period of 7 days and then reconvene on the 17th?
I'd like to make a motion to do that.
Mr. Carter and Mr. Nelson with the second. By hand vote. Aye. Hands down. Likewise opposed. All right, we stand in recess. See you back here in a week. Please cut the audio and the video.